well, do exactly what the children saying. Take the day off, hit the park and just hang. Barbecue, roll a few and put up the deuce. And if it's beef, put the piece down, throw up the dukes. It's time to change our ways so we can save the day. For the children's sake and make a better place to play. And if it's all good, break out your coupe and grip your wood. And if you're riding dirty, light your spliff and blow your but do it real big, exactly like a player should. Enjoy your 24, do your thing and rep your hood. The world is all yours, but still we all grind. Forever in a day, the choice you make is really all fine.
Themed. Faith leaders, educators, and advocates into the future of education. Our team has spent countless hours, days, and months in the heart of Selma with community leaders, business owners, and parents strategically planning for our gathering on today. So whether you're a parent, clergy, business owner, elected official, or funder, and we definitely need you here, we welcome you to the heart of social justice, Selma, Alabama. We are gathering not to just reflect, but to intentionally empower us to rise and commit to being involved, to share stories, to build power, to equip each other with the tools to lead our children boldly into a future they deserve. This isn't just a meeting, it's a movement rooted in the belief that we are not just passengers, but drivers of change. That information is power, and that when families are informed, communities are transformed. So today, whether you're a parent searching for answers, an advocate ready to lift your voice, or a leader looking to listen, you are exactly where you're supposed to be. Our number one goal is to equip, inform, and empower you with information that will be transformational. We believe that you should have a seat at the table. So now, take your seat as we welcome our founder, Deonta Williams, to the stage. Good morning, and welcome to our Parent Symposium 2025.
Good morning. All right, one more time. Y'all need it again? We good. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here. So incredibly excited. We operate in excellence. I know everybody that signed up is not here yet, but you're here and your time is important to us. And so we want to be respectful of that. So I am Neonta Williams. I'm going to be brief just by saying good morning. Thank you so much for being here. Instead of Pastor Grayson in his absence, we are going to bring up the one and only LaShondra D. Richmond to pray us into our event. While we're not a faith based organization, everything we do is undergirded by our faith. And so we don't do anything without putting God first. So, Ms. Richmond, would you please?
Good morning. Good morning. We're going to go to God really quickly. If you all don't mind, please bow your heads in a word of believing prayer. God, dear God Almighty, we thank you again for another day's journey. Dear Master, we thank you for this day that you had set on your calendar, oh God. It was in your will that we would gather on this day, in this time, in this space, oh God. And for that, we say thank you, God. We thank you for every heart, every home that is represented in this room and those that are coming, God. We thank you for our visionary leader, oh God, and that which you've placed on the inside of her, oh God, to give birth to in such a time as this, God. We pray that today is a blessed day. We pray, God, that it be all and everything that you've already ordained, commissioned, and fashioned it to be, oh God. God, we thank you for what it is our ears shall hear. We thank you, God, on today for what our heart shall encounter, oh God, and what we will leave this room with, oh God. We thank you in advance for the food that's been prepared, oh God, to feed our bodies in the natural. And we thank you for every speaker, every presenter, oh God, that will come, God, to uplift us, encourage, and empower us. God, we thank you, God, that each of us gets to live at such a time as this. And we thank you, God, for how you're moving in and through us individually and collectively. We thank you for this day. We bless this day in advance, God, and we yield to whatever it is you want to do in this space. We love you, God. We give your name the glory, that which you are doing, the mighty and the matchless name of Jesus, God. We pray, amen and amen.
Let the church say amen. So, whenever you go into someone's community, you should ask for an invitation, right? You shouldn't just go in. One of the things that Dr. Fuller and Mr. Ken Campbell has taught us over the years is that we should do with and not for, right? And so when we try to do things for the community, a lot of times we think we're going to give them something that they need as opposed to asking first for an invitation. Well, because I was taught right and taught well, we asked for an invitation. So I'm really grateful that the mayor of Selma, Alabama is here to join us this morning, Mayor Perkins, to welcome us to the city of Selma. So, Mayor, if you would come forward, please. Welcome.
I'm comfortable anywhere in this space and place. Good morning. I I want to acknowledge that I'm going to walk into and through that prayer. That blessed me. Ms. Williams, thank you for choosing Selma to be the site for this amazing activity. I don't have to tell you how significant education is to economic and community development, but you may be surprised at how often seamless education strategies come up in conversations as we talk through uh, industry recruiting, industrial development, and that seamless education through pre K all the way through post secondary. And so education is truly valued as the cornerstone, if you will, of everything that we do. And so, on behalf of the 9 members of the City Council, the 200 municipal employees, 17,000 citizens, and one God, we welcome you to Selma and we thank you for your presence. And we finally acknowledge that all of the success, all of the challenges that you have experienced and shall experience, we say to God be the glory. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Perkins. Really appreciate your leadership. And we're not unappreciative of being invited into the city. So we really do appreciate it. And not only did we choose Selma, but Selma chose us. Um, Selma is us. And so I am back now to start to talk a little bit about like why, like who we are. There are a lot of individuals that I've met before in this room, but there are also a lot of individuals that I have not met before. And so I'll just start talking about like my why. So I'm a little black girl. Well, I'm not a little black girl, but I was a little black girl from Gadsden, Alabama. Really proud of my hometown. Gaston was really, really good to me. I was the first in my family to go to college. I went on an athletic scholarship, had some academic, a little bit of academic, more athletic than academic, but I understood the importance of education. It wasn't until I had the opportunity to attend college that I really got to the bridge, right, to get me over to other opportunities. And so understanding as a student athlete the importance of education. And then after graduating from college, went into the military. And so when I got into the Army, served for 4 years, really enjoyed and appreciated serving the country, and then got out of the military. And I want to fast forward this story to what I started to do, and I still do it now, is officiate women's college basketball. So I started out in middle school, and then I did junior college, and then I did Division 3, Division 2, and I now still do Division 1. So I am refereeing these games all across the city of Birmingham, like at the rec leagues, at the church leagues, and the Y. And I'm seeing these great athletes in high school, but I'm not seeing them in college. So they see me, what's up, Miss Ref? I'm like, what up? Where you going to school? Oh, Miss Ref, I couldn't make the ACT score that I needed, or I couldn't pass the exit exam that was based on an eighth grade level that you didn't take until your 10th grade year in high school, and you had 6 opportunities to actually pass that exam. Did y'all hear what I said? Eighth grade level is the exam that you didn't take until your 10th grade year, and you had 6 opportunities to pass that exam. And so I'm not seeing these athletes on the court on a collegiate level because they weren't prepared academically. And so one day I had an encounter. We'll talk more about that encounter with a national organization that was called the Black Alliance for Educational Options. But to fast forward the story, I was able to understand the importance of how athleticism, and not just being an athlete, because that we are not, as African Americans, just athletes. Like, we are inherently intelligent and talented. We just have to be placed in their right environment to know what that intelligence looks like, and then who's going to foster our intelligence. But what it did do for me is make it make sense to me as to how we're not seeing athletes in school, and we're not seeing them on the collegiate level. And so when you look at, Mr. Mayor, the economy, when you look at board members that are in the room, when you look at how we're able to make decisions that impact the students from an academic standpoint, when we look at, we don't have first time homeowners anymore, right? Like in the sense of startup homes. No, we don't have young adults purchasing homes at 28 years old, 29 years old. We have adults purchasing homes in the 40s and 50s because it took us a while to figure it out. But it's all connected to this opportunity for economic independence. And so years ago, 8 years ago, we were blessed to start this organization. Our mission is to equip, inform, and empower Black families with information on accessing a high quality K 12 education. We support traditional public, private, charter, virtual, home, blended school options, and now Alabama has micro schools. And I'll say this, I am sure that we are not going to agree on everything that is shared from this podium or from these seats today. But I am certain that everybody in this room is here because we are concerned about education and our children. And so I challenge you today, what you hear, to marry the vision, but date the plan. That makes sense? I got a little okay. That meant I clocked some T. Okay, all right, I clocked a little T. Marry the vision, date the plan. What does that mean? I'm a single woman. Okay. That's a shout out to anybody that might be interested. No, I'm just kidding. I am a single woman. And you know, or if you are a single man, you know, when you're out here dating, you can date all kinds. You can see all kind of people out here. And sometimes we miss the importance of dating, because in dating, you learn what you like, what you don't like, what works for you. You also learn a lot about yourself in the process of this dating. And so when it comes to this, to me, paralleling this concept around K 12 education, I don't care, and I mean this. I am not so much concerned on what the delivery system is. I'm concerned about the quality of the delivery system. Our children graduating from high school, college, and or career ready based on their choice, not based on systems, not based on things that's been put in place, not based upon passing standardized exams or not passing those standardized exams. Are they prepared to be economically independent adults? As a parent, are they out of your pocket or still in your pocket? Do they still sleep in the back bedroom, or are they on their own and you're visiting them and the grandchildren are coming to visit you? Are we economically independent adults? And so the other thing is, like, we should know our why. In everything we do, we should know our why about who we are and why we do what we do. And so I thought that there was a video that we want to share that I think explains a whole lot better than I could probably describe when it comes to knowing your why. So, can we get that, Mr. Tommy? Thank you, sir.
How do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed to do? The question that you really should ask is, how do I know why I'm here? Because when you know your why, your what becomes more clear and more impactful. If you know, like for instance, people know that I do comedy, but that's what I do. My why is to inspire people to walk in purpose. So I can do comedy, I can write books, I can be in a movie, because all of it is motivated by my why. In fact, I have a new web series out called Michael Jr. Break Time. We probably just did the 6th episode. It's on YouTube. So every single Wednesday at 3 o'clock, we drop a new episode on YouTube of Michael Jr. Break Time. What it is it's me. I travel around the country and I do stand-up comedy, in case you didn't know. And in the middle of my comedy set sometime, I'll stop and just talk to my audience. And we've been filming this, and it's pretty cool. So we're in Winston-Salem. I'm gonna show you a clip from Winston-Salem. And I'm just talking to this guy in the audience, and he tells me that he's a musical instructor at a school. So I was like, all right, you're a musical instructor, can you sing? Let me hear you sing a song. So this is what happened at the last episode of Michael Jr.'s Break Time. Check it. So you're a musical director. Cool.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me get a couple bars of like Amazing Grace. Can you do the first part of that? Go ahead.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Wow. That bro could sing. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, once you give me the version, is if your uncle just got out of jail, you got shot in the back when you was a kid. I'm just saying, let me see the hood version real quick, if you know which version I'm talking about. Just see if that exists. Let me see what you got.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. When I'm found, was blind, but now I see. Yeah.
Okay. Here's what I want you to catch. The first time I asked him to sing, he knew what he was doing. The second time, he knew why he was doing it. When you know your why, your what becomes more impactful because you're walking towards or in your purpose.
Yeah, that's good. That's good, right, y'all? First time, know your what. Second time, know your why. And so I talked what when we first came up here. Now I want us to have a why experience. Today, we need to have a why experience. If you look at not only the idea, and clearly we could hear that this man could sing, but what about the impact that it had around the people around him? Even himself, the first time he sung like this. The second time, that finger went up like that, and he started swaying. And then the people around him got up and pushed him and sang and pat him on his back. That's what needs to happen today. We need to know the what behind our why. For us as Blacks, when we have a 13% of our students are proficient in math, but 87% are not, that's a problem in our community. When we have chronic absenteeism, There's data boards around here that's talking about the data, not only in the state of Alabama, but in the city of Selma and also in Dallas County. And this is no indictment of just Selma. We're talking about what's happening across the state of Alabama. Chronic absenteeism means that in the state of Alabama, you have missed 18 days of school. When I was in school, you had excused absences and unexcused absences. The doctor could write you a little note, or somebody could lie about the little note, and you turn it in and say, I was sick, I went to the doctor. Not today in Alabama. And why does attendance in school mean so much? Because for every one day that a student misses out of school, that can equate to 3 months of learning. 3 months of learning. We have the ability in the state of Alabama to experience academic growth, but not academic achievement. So what does achievement mean? Achievement means that our students are on grade level. Growth means they're growing grade levels. So for instance, if I'm an educator, and I know there are some of you all in the room, if you went to school to be a 5th grade teacher, 5th graders, but you inherit a 1st grader. I see some teachers nodding their head, shaking their head because they know it's the truth. You're a 5th grade teacher, but you inherit a 1st grader. We are really, really good at growing for academic growth. So this 5th grade teacher may grow this 1st grader from 1st grade to 3rd grade, and they get promoted to the 6th grade, but they're still 3 grade levels behind. And so that's why an organization like this supports multiple school choice options, because I love coming to Selma, but I don't really like coming down that 2-lane county road. Because sometimes the person in front of me is going too slow, and then I got to read the dotted lines on the side so I can legally speed up and go around you, versus being out on the interstate on I-65 when you get into the Calera part of headed towards Birmingham, and we've got 8 lanes, 4 on one side, 4 on the other. We've got choice in everything. You can get Churches or KFC. You can get Little Caesars or Pizza Hut. You can drive a Lexus or a Toyota. You can get glasses or you can get contacts. You can have Android or iPhone. We can have a choice in everything else that we do, but we are so caught up in black folks don't need choice in education. That's a lie. And today we're going to dispel that lie. We're going to provide you with some resources and opportunities to be able to walk away from him here at most empowered, informed, and encouraged. So for those of y'all that are here, thank you so much for coming. My MC is missing my music. We're supposed to have hype music for every person we bring up. I had a song, but it's okay. We're going to be ready for the next person coming to the stage. So I don't even have the agenda. I should know it. We wrote this collectively, but I can't remember. That's what we do. This is a den, y'all. What happened in the den? Everything. Take your shoes off. You might get cursed out in the den. Don't be surprised if that happens a little later. You might get talked about, but then you walk away feeling like, I'm glad I went to visit them. So that's what kind of day we're going to have this morning. So we've done the why. At this time, actually, yeah, I get to step out of the way. So at this time, we have a gentleman. There's two changes to the program. One is our mistress of program is actually going to become the master of program. So Mr. Gawan Shipman is going to lead us from here today. So we can give him a round of applause as he comes up. And then also, yay, we have a little, yeah, he does. Oh, that's what you wanted to hear? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me pass. One other thing while he's coming up with the music, keep the music playing. So the other thing is, Senator Rob Stewart had a schedule conflict, so he is not going to be here this morning, but he did send a message, and we'll share that message later. Mr. Shipman, take us away.
Come on, Neon. You messed me up. I was supposed to come up and dance a little bit today. Nah. The music was supposed to create the dance in me, but I'm glad that she messed that up because I can't dance, all right? How's everybody doing today? Good. Everybody's woke? Everybody's woke? All right, good. All right, thank y'all so much for coming. There's so much to say. I mean, Neonta, our purpose here today is unreal, all right? one theme that we're gonna continue to hear. We want to equip, inform, and what? Empower. Right? That's one of the things that we want to do. We want to make sure that you have a choice. All right, a choice in everything. Whenever you have a choice, then you have power. Right? So the mic. Okay. All right. Thank you. So we're gonna do an icebreaker first. Everybody ready? All right, so we are a nonprofit organization. So a couple things I need you to do before we go. There's a survey at the end of the program, in the back. We want to make sure you fill out that survey, right? And also, how does everybody know what's going on in Selma, even though they're not here? So somebody said it. Internet, social media, right? So what do we do every time something happens? Selfies. So today we want everybody to take out their phones. Come on, take them out. Take them out. I know you already got them out. Get next to somebody. I need you to take a selfie with somebody next to you. All right? And we're going to do hashtag PS2025. Everybody, come on, get your phones out. Get a selfie with somebody. Get a selfie. All right. I need a selfie. I need one. Give me a selfie. Can you take a selfie with me? All right, come on. Take a selfie. You gonna post it? I want you to do it because I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it, so I'm gonna let her do it. Everybody's done that? Hashtag what? There we go. Hey, the DJ, he needs somebody to take a selfie over here. Somebody get one with him. Got him. Make sure we share. Are we going to share? There we go. Good deal. Hashtag PS2025. It's in the back, on the very back page. On the very back page, take a look at it. All right. Everybody sharing? Y'all got yours? Good. All right. There we go. So, everybody's sharing. Neonta, did you get some pictures with somebody? You got selfies? I know you did. All right. So another thing, also in the back of the program, there's some resources, right? There's information. Please take that and use it. All right, we completed the survey. We did our selfies, and we're letting everybody know. All right, I'll talk y'all to death, so I'm not gonna do that too much. All right. So first thing we're gonna do is we're going to recognize our sponsors address. The first person to come up is going to be Miss Ashlyn Thomas, and she's with UNCF. And I'll introduce the next person. You ain't got no music for her? She needs some music. Here you go. Wait, we're going to let you come in. He going to get you something. Let's do it again. She's going to do it again. She wants something. Come on, Ashley. Yeah. Oh.
I can't do that. I might hurt myself. Hi, everyone. Hello. My name is Ashlyn Thomas. I work as a research and engagement manager for the K-12 advocacy team at UNCF. On behalf of UNCF, we are so honored to be here. We are honored to sponsor such a wonderful event as the Parent Symposium and to engage with active parents as yourself who are intentionally committed to helping students in your area, in your neighborhood. So last year, I was at the symposium too, and we talked a little bit about the parent report. And this was a report that we did about Black parents and how they feel about the education system. And a few of the findings from that I want to talk about today was 93% of Black parents said that they wanted more opportunities to be involved in their child's education, in educational law. Also, 90% of parents said that they wanted more resources in order to help in advocacy efforts. Is there anyone who would like more resources to help in okay, I got a couple of hands, I grew up Pentecostal, y'all, so if you put your hand up, I may I may call on you. You never know. So, and then also we found that 70% of Black parents agreed that education would be more effective if we had more Black leaders in the system to help the students. So on your screen, you'll see that we took that information, and at UNCF, we don't want to just put information out there, but we want to have practical resources. So we made a toolkit in partnership with the Center for Black Education Development, and it's called Hear Us, Believe Us, Invest in Us, helping parents advocate for Black teachers. So within that toolkit, it's a practical, action-oriented guide to help parents engage effectively with school board, their elected officials, schools, HBCUs, to support strong systems, and then also to build the education pipeline for Black educators. So you may be thinking, why? I mean, you may not actually, because this is a great room, but most of the time we combat people who are like, why Black educators? Why invest in that? And first of all, Black educators in the study in 2020 make up 6% of the teaching population. 6%. But within that 6%, they have positively impacted test scores. They have reduced absenteeism by 20% for all students, not just Black students, all students. Because they're warm demanders, they raise expectation for Black students by 30 to 40% in comparison to non-Black teachers. And lastly, HBCU educated Black teachers spend more time outside of the classroom working with students, whether that be mentorship programs, tutoring, and then overall support, family support, all those things. So we want you, Black parents, of course, that voice to be uplifted and to partner with us to highlight some of these great things that we see in our day-to-day lives from our peers, from our own experiences of a Black teacher, or the experiences of our children. So 3 ways that you can connect with us. Tell us your story. So on that QR code, you'll actually see it in the back of your pamphlet too. It's the I believe 4th to last page. There's a QR code on there. We have a website. We decked it out. We did all the cool things on it. And on one of it, it has that you can tell us your story where you can submit a video or you could do a written testimony of your experience with a Black educator, the positive impact that it had on your life. And then also I know that everyone isn't perfect, but these stories help us to base characteristics of what it is to have quality Black teachers in the classroom. So every story matters, right? We also have, we want you to reach out to contact your representatives on that website. You can contact your representatives. It's super easy. You put in your zip code. Your list of representatives pop up by your zip code. We already have kind of a base draft of a letter to send out to them. You add in whatever you need on that. And then lastly, after you do all that, you send it over. We already had 33 people who have sent things to their elected officials, letters and everything. So it's working. It's great. And then lastly, we want to build communities. We want to build communities with HBCUs. We want to build communities with faith-based organizations that you'll hear from too, and also other community groups as well. So please scan the QR code. We know that you all are already actively engaged in your district and spearheading a lot of community outreach. So just let this resource and this toolkit be an extended resource to help you to promote just involvement and participation in school and district decision making. Thank you all for your time. Please check us out at the table to the side. We also have our HBCU resource guide, which has all our HBCUs and just different scholarships and anything that you want to know about helping your students matriculate through school. And then a couple of the reports that I mentioned too of our parent report is up there as well. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your symposium.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashley. Thank you. That was great information. So much information in this room. Let's make sure that we take advantage of all the information, all the resources that are here today. Next, we're going to bring up an individual. She's one of our sponsors, and she's also going to be the moderator for the next event. So Miss Alicia Thompson, Cersei. She is one of the youngest, and this is one of the points that I wanted to point out to her, and I'll let her introduce herself. I don't want to read her entire biography, but one of the things that stood out to me that at 23, She was the first African American elected to the Georgia House of Representatives from Cobb County. That is amazing. So everybody give a warm welcome to Miss Elisa Searcy. I don't want to mispronounce your name.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would y'all go straight into the panel?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. Oh, they still sleep, Neonta. Good morning, everybody. Listen, I'm visiting from Georgia, so y'all need to represent for Alabama, okay? I don't want to go back and be like, they're so quiet there. It's so nice and calm. They have nothing to be fired up about, just quiet. So y'all all right this morning? Yes. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for that introduction. I'm Alicia Thomas Searcy, and it really is an honor to be with you this morning. I'm going to take us on a little bit of an emotional journey, and that is because there's a lot going on in our world. I live in Georgia, as I mentioned, and just this week alone, we have had 2 active shooter situations. And there was a police officer who was killed yesterday at Emory University. And so I'm just going to ask for a moment of silence just to honor his life and all of those who we've lost to gun violence of any kind. I appreciate that. Of course, no one is going to say this, but I will just mention that, of course, this event is about education, but we know that when people can't live safely in their communities, it impacts everything. And I think about young people all over this country who attempt to go to school in the morning and have to cross neighborhoods that are dangerous, who may or may not make it, or they saw somebody get shot the night before. Those are real things that kids deal with. And so we recognize that in the work of education, you can't just talk about one issue. You've got to talk about how all of them interact with one another. And so with that said, I also want to thank you, Neonta, for this opportunity, for allowing me to be here and be a part of this very, very important symposium. As I look around the room, I am excited, and it feels a little bit nostalgic because those of us who were raised in Bayo understand the importance of doing things in excellence that are rooted in Black children and constant reminders of why we are in this room and why we do this work. Yesterday, we had the great opportunity to visit parts of Selma and go on a personalized tour of Selma and learned a lot about, obviously, the history. And I have crossed over the Edmund Pettus Bridge a couple of times, but to hear some of the accounts from Miss Barbara, who was our tour guide, it was a very powerful moment. And it's just a reminder about our why, about the legacy, about the shoulders that we all stand on to do this work and to remind us of just how important the work is. She talked about Joanne Bland, who is the founder of the National Voting Rights Museum. And she has a quote that says, "Movements for social change are like jigsaw puzzles. Everyone is a unique and special piece. If your piece is missing, is the picture complete? No, because you are the most important piece." And so your presence here this morning, whether you are a sponsor, a parent, a young person, we see a baby over there, know that your piece is important. The last thing that I want to say before I bring up the panelists, we don't often have opportunities to thank people who have made a tremendous impact on our lives. And I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege to shout out Dr. Howard Fuller. If you have not heard Dr. Fuller speak before, get ready. He is the walking epitome of speaking truth to power. I've been in many rooms. It didn't matter who was in there. He's going to say what he has to say. But Dr. Fuller, I just want to thank you publicly. I've told you this personally, but I want to say it publicly, that I am grateful for the impact that you've had on my life, on my leadership, on the policy making that I've done when I was in the legislature. Attending Bayo conferences changed my life, and a lot of it because of the words that you imparted in us. the high expectations that you set, and just the way you touched my soul and ignited a fire in me to be clear about the work that I'm called to do. In the spirit of John Lewis, I would also tell you that Dr. Fuller has gotten me into a lot of trouble, but good trouble. And though I have a lot of scars for it, what I'm very clear about is that there are thousands of young people in Georgia who have access to public school options because of the work and because of the trouble that you helped me get into. So thank you. I'm grateful for your leadership and all that you do and all that you've done. Thank you. Now, I'm going to jump into this panel. I am super excited about the opportunity to host these individuals and have a real conversation about what's happening federally and how it impacts all of us at the local level. Are y'all ready for that conversation? So let's call on the stage with me Trillo Shipman from Ambetter Health, Counselor Warren Billy Young, president of the president of the Selma City Council, and Chris Carter, Hale County Board of Education and Selma City teacher. Welcome. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna let y'all choose your seats and then I'll sit. And I should also mention that I am the founder of the Center for Strong Public Schools, and we are excited to be one of the partners here this morning. Am I missing a panelist? My bad, hold on. Clinton Woods, please forgive me, Birmingham City Council. I was saving the best for last, how about that? I know that's right. Know your place. We can have a seat, gentlemen. I appreciate this panel you put together, all these good-looking black men and me. I love it. I love it. And so, again, thank you and welcome to our panel, and thank you for being here at this symposium. Their bios are in the program, and so we are not going to go into that. You are credentialed, prepared, and ready to be here this morning, and we appreciate that. I want to jump in and first ask Councilors Woods and Young to talk about what's concerning you the most right now when you look at what's happening federally. When we talk about the end of DEI programs, when we talk about the passage of the big, horrible bill, this is a C3, I can't say that, can I? Sorry. The cuts to SNAP and Medicaid, the list goes on. The attacks to public education and this, clear effort to dismantle public education as we know it. Can you talk about, from your perspectives, what you are seeing from the federal level come down and what is concerning you the most?
I'll go ahead and jump in. I'm a city councilor in Birmingham, and so we kind of look at this from the hyper-local level, and we sit here in Selma, and both of our cities actually realize some higher than typical poverty levels among the community. And so when we start seeing these federal programs get cut, education, you mentioned several other programs, but those are, by the time that trickles down, those are hundreds of millions of dollars that are being taken out of our local ecosystems. And so there's no way to avoid services being removed from the community, impactful, important services that people depend on. And so it leaves us at the local level trying to identify how do we fill that void? Because it absolutely creates a void. I think, you'll hear narratives, and that's kind of the dangerous thing right now about the federal level, is that they're doing all these harmful things while pushing a narrative that it has no negative impact. Whereas we here at the local level see that firsthand, and we're seeing those problems play out. We're seeing food benefits being reduced, and so we're having to get creative about how do we offset that. And so when we talk about, just say you talked about SNAP benefits being removed, so food security. We actually have a program we're piloting in a Birmingham middle school this year where we're putting a grocery store in the school to ensure that kids can really increase that food security. And so it forces us to, one, think outside the box, but, and it's still early. like I know this year the state of Alabama, in terms of federal education dollars, is slated to lose about $70 million. And so that money has to be replaced. That money has to come from somewhere. And so we're on the front end of the impact. And so it's going to take probably years down the road to fully assess the negative fallout from this. But I can say already from the healthcare sector, from the education sector, we are losing hundreds of millions of dollars cumulatively. And those aren't just dollar for dollar dollars. Those are dollars that we have leveraged in the past to be able to get, if we're getting $1, we may get $3 worth of benefit. And so it's a concerning time. It's a time where everybody really needs to pay attention and be keyed in. But it's a time where we're really going to have to get creative and work together to try to fill these voids that are coming.
Thank you. Councilman Young.
Hello? Okay, good. How y'all doing? This being Alabama, I know we got a lot of church folks in here. We've all heard of the terminology decent and in order. We hear that just about every Sunday in church. What I see from the federal perspective, and what I believe all of us in Selma see, things are not being done decently and in order, coming from the federal level. Now, for Selma, Alabama, and we as African Americans, for a lot of times, the federal way of handling things has been the way we've been justified, the way that we've been taken care of. But now what we're seeing from the federal level is a whole lot of lack of structure. There's this, that, and everything else going on from the feds. And we as black folks have depended on federal policy to ensure our rights. Well, what we're seeing right now, not just even with education, because we deal with budgets all the time, so we have to see everything that goes on in the municipality. But what we're seeing from the federal level in education and in other vital things that are provided for municipalities, we're seeing a lack of structure. We're seeing disorganization. We're seeing a lack of empathy for everybody. Whether you're young, you're old, you have a disability, special needs, we're seeing a lack of that. For instance, from the federal level, earlier this year, the Selma City school system is building a new school. That is something to be thankful for. We need quality schools for our students. And some of the monies had been appropriated during the previous administration to complete the school. I think it was like $3 or $4 million. Well, work is going on, things are being built, and all of a sudden, our school system gets notified. Guess what? You're not going to get the remaining $4 million from the federal government. $4 million that's needed to complete a school, which if you came from Birmingham area, you will see it downtown. It's going to be a beautiful school. It's going to be a big, beautiful school. But us depending on those funds, which were already approved during the COVID area, these were COVID funds, to be told at the last minute, near completion, oh, we're going to take that back. We are not used to that federal response from our government. It used to be a handshake is a handshake. I look you in your eye, and that's enough. Your word is your bond. Well, unfortunately, we had that situation, and we stopped even with the building of the school because the money wasn't there. But fortunately, we had advocates for us, and that's why it's important on who you elect to serve in these capacities, because we had an advocate in D.C. and our congresswoman and others who kept pushing, who kept telling our story about this school, about the needs. Selma, Alabama, just like many other rural areas, our populations are decreasing, less funding from the state government, all that's going on. We need every dime, every penny we can possibly get. So we had someone, Congresswoman Sewell, who went forward and was able to get that decision reversed. But what about those entities that don't have a Congresswoman Terry Sewell? What about those entities that don't have advocates? We speak for our children. We are their voice right now. But what about them? And so what I see right now is a whole lot of confusion. And I don't think we want to dwell in confusion, because out of confusion comes nothing, becomes apathy. And so what I'm hoping is that people continue to watch these type of decisions, because if it can happen to us, it can happen to anyone. Remember, Selma, Alabama is a place that's known internationally, all over the world. So when you have our rights trampled on, you're going to hear about it from the people of Selma, because we're accustomed to the fight. And that's exactly what we're in right now. We are in a fight to protect our children's interests and to operate in the best interest of our children.
Thank you very much. Well said. Y'all can clap. It's okay. Mr. Shipman, I want to come to you next. You are in healthcare, and we talked earlier about, I mentioned earlier, the importance of how all these things are related. So can you talk about some of the things that we need to be aware of that's happening federally in terms of healthcare and those connections to education?
Well, as far as education and its connection to healthcare, I would say your health literacy is really, really important. A lot of the situations and chronic diseases and stuff that grow into serious conditions is because we weren't aware or didn't know how to treat certain things that we might have contracted or came into in a certain point in life, and we started treating it later than we needed to, like your hypertension, which then leads to kidney failure and things of that sort. So health literacy is just as important as knowing how to read. Know if you have a condition, know how to treat it, and like she said earlier, know that you have choices. A lot of times we'll go to the doctor as a community, and whatever the first option he gives us, that's what we roll with. You do have choices. Medical technology has advanced so much, there are other ways to treat conditions and things that usually plague our community, so we don't have to go with the first thing. One thing I see all the time that's disturbing is diabetics and amputees. You actually don't have to get that leg or whatever cut off. There are other options. Just know that literacy and know that. Then when it comes to what's going on federally, to sum that up, we're going to have to do more with less again. Like both the gentlemen just said, and to explain how managed care, which what I work for, how it works, your states are responsible for a portion, and the federal government usually makes up the difference. So for the sake of number, let's say it's 50-50. So what's happening, that 50, as my brother right here just said, that 50% you was counting on the other person to put in on, or y'all were going half on, it's going away. So now instead of that whole 100%, you're gonna have 50%. Well, what does that mean? So it directly affects what we call access and availability. You have a hospital here in Selma. The funding probably comes from several different places, and there's some funding coming from the federal government. In the last legislation that was passed, they're gonna cut some of that funding. So what that's gonna mean is if the hospital was open from 7 to 7, now they may only have the funds to operate it from 7 to noon. So if you need treatment after noon, you're gonna have to go to either a larger health system in Birmingham or in Montgomery. So it puts you at a disadvantage for some condition that may need immediate assistance. So for lack of a better word, from my lens, if something doesn't change, I truly believe that it's going to be a horrific situation for health, because now you're going to have to drive twice as far. Some things that were covered before won't be covered again. That chronic medication that you were used to getting, you're going to have to start making choices. Do I eat or do I medicate? We shouldn't have to make those choices, but we're now in a situation where we're going to have to if something doesn't change. I'm hopeful. Like he said, know who and what you're voting for. Everybody doesn't have a voice. We need those voices now more than ever because we're living in chaos. And removing these type of things from our community is going to be devastating. Don't mean to be gloom and gloom on the situation, but it's the facts of where we are, and it's coming rapidly. Most of this stuff is going to take an effect January 2026. They have pulled this funding, then 2027 more. So you could possibly see the doctors you're seeing locally in your hospital down the street in the next 18 months not be here anymore. And that, to me, is catastrophic, but that's the truth of the matter and where we are. Talk to your representatives. You guys have a good one here. Everybody, I see a lot of signs coming up about voting. Know what and who you're voting for, because that's kind of where we got where we are.
Thank you for that. Can we get an amen? We've got a classroom teacher on the stage. Yay for classroom teachers. I think the hardest job to do. And so, Mr. Carter, I would like for you to talk to us about what's happening in schools today. What's happening? What are you seeing in your classroom? You know, you get to represent the voices of teachers, right, in this moment. What is it that we need to know as parents, as policymakers, as advocates that's happening in classrooms, and what do we need to do about it to support you?
All right. Can everybody hear me? All right. So my perspective is a little bit different. I got elected on the Board of Education in my area to represent it. So once I found out that when I came in, there was over 2,000 plus jobs for teachers that were available, okay, just in the state of Alabama alone, all right? So I made a choice then to step foot in the classroom to see if I could be one of those examples of what I was looking for from a board member, what we want in schools. How does that affect us in the classroom? Every year, things change, okay, from like what the gentleman just said about funding, okay, policies and procedures. Like the newest and biggest thing right now that we have to face is the cell phone policies and how they're taking those away from the kids. There's pros and cons to everything, right? So the pros in that is, of course, you get more engagement in the classroom. That's what we need. But that engagement starts at home, all right? We have to prepare those kids to put those cell phones up, all right, and find a way to participate and engage with their teachers, right? Back when I was in school, there were no cell phones. That's all we had. So we kind of have to take it back to old school level. That's going to be a challenge this year. The cons in that is some kids, it holds them at bay. Let's just be real. They may not be bad kids, but having a cell phone, being able to access certain things on their phone keeps them still. That's one of the biggest things that we're going to have to face. Now, when it comes to money and what we do in the classroom, once again, pros and cons. It causes us to be more creative, right? And then also it causes the kids to open up their imagination and work a little bit harder to create some of those funds that we need in the community. The cons in that is when you're a small community like Selma, the Black Belt area, where are those funds coming from? The parents that are already hardworking parents that are struggling to pay their bills, and there's a lot of fundraisers. So we're pulling on the same people constantly over and over again to create those funds to help get the students what they need for the networking, right, for the experiences that they need, you know, to expose them to the schools and everything that's out there to help them become college and career ready. And as an educator, if we're not up on the things like this when it comes from the legislature and the federal areas, then that will hurt us inside the schools because it's more than just policies in the schools. We have to know what the laws are tied to, right, those policies, so we can all be on the same page to continue to move the kids forward. And that's challenging to every single educator because it's an everyday job. It's not just 1 day, 2 days. It's a 5-day, 7-day week, even weekend process to continue that. Does that make sense? So if we don't do that and stay connected to what's going on as educators, we're going to continue to lose them. Because just in the last 2 years, it's dropped again from how many the younger generations are moving into education. So what does that mean? There's ones that's going out, all right, that are retiring, they're trying to get out of the system or coming out of the classroom to become principals and administrators because it's getting tougher every year. But then there's less of kids that are actually going into education to further it. So that means the generation, what we're doing now, has to make sense and make a powerful enough impact so we can have those younger people coming behind us that are willing to take on those roles to move it forward. And that starts with knowing the policies and the laws and what we can adapt to. We might not be able to change everything just from situations like this, but we can get ahead of it and we can adapt. The best thing about our community is we have to adapt frequently. And we're able to do that because we're built for it. But if we don't adapt now, starting in the classroom, starting at home with the kids and preparing them, then it's going to continue to decrease.
Thank you for that. So I have a couple of more questions, but I'm going to open it up to the audience in just a moment. So if you have questions, get them ready. I think Nianta would want me to say questions, not speeches. Amen. But we want to hear from you, especially you parents in the room. We'd love to have questions from you, but want to hear from everybody. So we're in the den, Nianta said. And when you get in the den and you sitting with your cousins, sometimes you can ask hard questions. So I'm going to ask a hard question of this panel. So again, I'm an outsider, so y'all can, kick me out in a couple of hours. I go back home, be mad, it's okay. But I have to say my observation as I have been in Selma the last few hours, given the rich history that's here, the blight is a challenge. I'm looking at buildings with broken windows. I'm thinking about the hospital that trained Black nurses just there. There are several buildings, and it's striking, again, to know the history of this particular city, this particular state, the richness of our history, the legacy of fighting and advocacy and standing up for our people. And so my question is both specific to Selma, but also a broader one. When we think about schools and communities, we also drove down a street where I saw Ms. Barbara walk in. Hey, Ms. Barbara, she hooked us up yesterday on this tour. But it was so clear as we looked on literally one side of the street that used to be the Black-only neighborhood, and the other side of the street, a very narrow street, and the houses were nicer, they looked better. It feels like that is the dichotomy that exists in so many Black communities across this country. Certainly it exists in Georgia as well. And so my question for the panel, whoever wants to jump in, and I'd love to hear from a few of you, why is that the case? What is happening, and what do we need to change that narrative? We complain, we do it in Atlanta, where historically Black neighborhoods that have been there forever are being gentrified and other folks are taking over and they're building condos. But I wonder where we have been in the last 20 or 30 years that we did not do something with the neighborhoods before other folks took over. I said y'all can kick me out if you want to. But I think we've got to ask these hard questions because at the end of the day, there are children who are watching, who are on school buses and seeing the difference between the neighborhood they live in and the neighborhood across the street. So how do we make sure that the neighborhoods that they live in look like what they deserve?
Let me jump on this one first. I'm gonna start backwards. We first, as a community, have to want to see our streets and our homes improve. That's number one. Okay, we can't get comfortable with where we are. Hey, I'm living in, the projects. I'm, housing authority. No offense to anyone, but we're living there. My rent is only $50. Hey, I can go and come as I please. I stand on the corner all night. All those things are just come from comfortability, right? So when you start talking about building, there's going to come restrictions with that, right? A nicer neighborhood, nicer building, okay, there are going to be more policies, more rules that are going to be put in place to keep those places nice. What I'm seeing is some people just necessarily talk about change and want a difference, but you don't really want it when those things are snatched from you and you're forced to become better. So as a community, we have to stand up and want to see those things grow, because if we don't, no one is going to want to put $1 million into a building just so we can have the same mindset and treat it the same. If I'm treating, my $50 rent a month, like garbage, what do you think I'm going to do to one just because it has a higher price tag on it? Because my mindset is set right here for this particular space. Right? It's not going to change just because the space is nicer. It has to change within our minds and our bodies and around us before anything else is changed. So that's what I see first. It starts with wanting to develop a better mindset and wanting to see that growth, not just talk about it. And we have to be prepared for that if it does change. And I think a lot of the talks, when we put out surveys, votes, that's why a lot of people don't respond, because it hits home like, oh, my space may not look like this 3 years from now. What am I going to do? It's going to force me to have to, get a better job? It's going to force me to have to not do this, not do that. I can't stand on the corner at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning anymore because I need to keep this neighborhood looking a certain way. So that's the first thing that we need to address, is getting everybody on the same page with the mindset of wanting to become or see something better in the community.
Thank you. Councilman?
And I'm going to jump in. We have to have our own personal philosophy and belief that we deserve the best. I think that for so long, we have been put into a box, and we think that that's our lot in life. That's our role. Well, we shouldn't really expect to have the best schools. Well, because you know how it is. It's always been. We got to get out of that mentality just because it's been that way all along, that that's not the right way, and that's not the only way that it has to be. We have to have an expectation from the jump that we deserve the best schools, that we deserve the best healthcare facilities, that we deserve to be safe in our homes and in our neighborhoods. We deserve to elect the best people representing our interests. We have to get out of just electing or going with somebody because they're nice, or because they're popular, or because they talk well. And this other, we've got to pick people that know what they're doing, that understand the law. One of the things, and I saw this comment a couple of days or whatever, sometimes you have to get off Facebook, but I saw some of us talking, and we were saying, who cares about the law? What's that? It don't matter, do it anyway. That's not how we need to operate in excellence. You need to understand the law, and you need to follow the law. And if the law needs to be changed, you need to put somebody in there that can change the law. But with that, with Selma, as you see it today, Selma took a lashing, for the lack of a better word, for standing up when nobody else would. Think about it. It's easy now to express your views on social media. It's easy for us. In 1965 or even before then, you would not have seen us sitting up here on this panel in Selma, Alabama, in the Carl Morgan Convention Center. That just was not a reality for us. But now, from God above and through the hard work of our ancestors, we are in these positions. So now it's us making the decisions. But in making decisions, we have to always remember to do what's right. When you hear somebody say it, when they were in power, they did that way. If it wasn't right then, it's not right now. We have an opportunity as black leaders to lead properly, lead with excellence, and lead with righteousness. We have that responsibility to do. So Selma took the black eye for the whole country, not just for the country, for the whole world, because we stood up. Then in the 70s, we had Craig Field Air Force Base to close. See, to understand what's going on, you got to understand the history of what actually transpired here. So now let's look at this timeline. We stood up in the 60s to get rights for everybody to be able to vote. And then later on in the 70s, they closed our biggest employer. At that time, Selma had 44,000 people. How many people Selma got now? I'm glad you asked. 16. Very good, very good. We've got a little bit above 16,000 because you took out our financial engine, which was that base, which employed a lot of mom and pop businesses and whatever. So what you have here is a remnant. But now I submit, in spite of that blight, you have a remnant that fights the good fight every day to make Selma the best that it could possibly be. One of the key things when you're talking about economic development is to appreciate what you got. Because I submit, you go to some other areas in the Black Belt, it's worse than this. At least we have a hospital, we got to fight for it. But rural America, we're all fighting for our hospitals. But I don't want to go any further because I'll talk to y'all about this all day long. But when you see blight in our communities, when you see all of this going on, it did not happen overnight. It was systematic. And just like it didn't happen overnight, it ain't going to be overnight for us to improve it, to make it better. But we got to know what the issues are. We've got to know the law, and we've got to know how to apply that law to fix the issues that we currently have.
Thank you.
I'm gonna let that breathe for just a moment. But no, I'm unique. I had the literal opportunity to represent the area, the district that I grew up in. And so, you know, growing up there, coming back 30 years later and back as like in the community as a representative in the same spaces, I have a unique perspective. I'm a economics undergrad, so I tend to look at everything from multiple points of view. And so when we're talking about building our communities up and really elevating those, you know, I look at it as a micro and a macro point of view. So on the micro, you know, specifically to the individual, what is it that I can do to improve my community? What can I do in my front yard, in my neighborhood? Who can I help on my block to make an impact? I think to our detriment in our community, sometimes we can be overly dependent on whether that's the local government, the federal government, anybody else to come and fix the problem for us. And so I'm not saying that we have all the tools and resources to fix everything, but the first step for me is always, what can I do first? And so I approach my problems in the same way. You know, what can I do to solve this first before I seek out someone else to do it? So that's the micro point of view, and I think everybody needs that. But then there's also the macro point of view. What should government be doing for us? What should the community be doing for us? I think you spoke to some very detailed, specific, literal. A line can denote this side and that side, and you can clearly turn one way and see a distinct difference, and then turn the other way and see a distinct difference. That's intentionality. And so when you talk about intentionality, those were resources, those were policy that put in place to benefit a group of people. And so now as we fast forward and we have the opportunity to serve in some of these roles, I think it becomes incumbent upon us to utilize policy, utilize resources to help individuals catch up. I'm a strong proponent of financial literacy, and that's why I kind of started talking about it from a micro point of view, because we have got to learn how to manage and grow our money. We look in America as a whole, but even more specifically in some of our communities, like real significant wealth gaps exist. Like there are significant gaps that will prevent, property ownership, which is one of the most efficient vehicles to economic growth for yourself and your family and your generation. And so, that's one thing I do. I think too, exposure. Like in my role, I try to I have more interns come through my office than really anybody around, because I want that next generation. I realized that when I got into this space, there was a lot of stuff I didn't see. It was a curtain, and I didn't have the opportunity to see behind that curtain. And had I seen that sooner, I might have done some things differently. I might have sought different educational avenues, but I try to create as much opportunity for the next generation to see that now, because I see that as an issue that we have in our community as well, is we don't have the older leaders imparting and teaching and opening doors and pulling us up. We are literally figuring this out for ourselves, and we're having to create, and it's not all bad, but that's something that I wish that there were more older leaders that shared their mistakes, shared what they saw, shared what they've been working on, and one of those things. And so I'm very big on that, because I truly believe that you can only live at the level that you've been exposed to. And so we've got to ensure that our young people, our next generation, the current generation, is exposed to like wealth building, denying the present in order to have a better future. And so there's things you may have to forego today. Like my wife is upset with me right now. She wants another car, and I'm like, yeah, but not that car. And so it's like, because
Give
now
that sister that car.
Right, don't get me in trouble now. Nobody live, are they? But no, it's literally like you have to make decisions now to live below your means in order to ensure that the future is as bright as it can be. And without the willingness to sacrifice, you can't build, because we're catching up. And so I think for me, I am wholeheartedly, let's embrace reality. Like, let's look, like that side of the street is better than this side of the street. There's more resources that have been invested. And so how do we go about fixing that? One is from a macro, creating policy and pushing resources to areas where they're needed. Micro, when you get those resources, apply them in a way that's going to have long-term impact.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up for questions. Any questions from the audience? We've got a microphone floating around, so when the mic comes to you, it'll be your turn.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment as a Selmanian all of my life. One of the reasons that Selma was better earlier on is because people took individual pride in presenting their homes and their neighborhood in a good way. We have lost that. We, of my generation, we are talking at our children and not to them. We are not setting examples that our children can follow to keep that going on. Children now don't have chores in the home. We had to wash dishes and clean up and make our beds before we went to school. So we learned to work in the home. Children are not learning that. And until we have that, we're going to have neighborhoods that look like that, like what you saw, because they don't have any pride in where they stay. Another problem for me, for Selma, as a teacher of 28 years, I worked around people, and I came as an old woman. I went into teaching at 39 years old, so I was good and grown. We take 24-year-old children, place them in high schools. They are too close to the age of the students they teach, and they tend to become buddies and friends and not teachers. You can be friendly with a child, but you cannot run with them, and you cannot be their friend. You have to respect yourself. You have to show respect for others, in order for the children to mimic that behavior. Because children don't do what we say, they do what we do. The other problem that I found in Selma as a teacher, too many of our teachers commute in. When people are not invested in the community, they take their checks back to Montgomery, Prattville, Otagoville, and spend that money there. It's not spent in Selma. We have one clothing store for the women here in Selma. That's a shame. The whole mall closed. We no longer call it the mall, we call it the hall. Because there are no businesses there. Until local folks, and you said an important thing, we are not grooming our children to take our place. It's okay to have old folks in place, but we know we're going to be gone soon. We need to pass that knowledge, that feeling that we have for this city on to its children. My 3 children left the city of Selma to live in Atlanta and have no desire to return. We need to be able to keep some of our young minds. And you said don't vote for people who speak well. Well, I want to differ. You need to be able to express yourself in order to tell me what to do. It is important that people speak well so that our children will aspire to speak better and to speak well. We elect people that we like, people who look good, people who are kin to us, people who are friends. The one thing that's left out of that list is qualified. We need to elect people who are qualified to do the jobs that they are paid to do. And as a teacher, I met many teachers who would say to each other, well, look at what we're working with, talking about our children. All of us didn't come from affluence. I didn't. I didn't know I was poor, but we were poor as church mice. But because my mother and my father addressed my needs, I was okay. You don't have to be rich to succeed. It's not where you come from, it's where you're headed. And we are not directing our children in a way that is going to be productive for them later on. I feel for the young women who are growing up now, because the young men that they have to choose from are not going to be men. We need strong black men who are supported by knowledgeable, beautiful, and kind black women to make this system work. And if you think we caught hell in 65, live on. If what they're doing in D.C. comes to fruition, you are going to be introduced to a hell on earth. And there will be no way for us. We've got to stand now, do what we're going to do now when it counts.
Miss Barbara, I know you want to keep going, but we can't let you keep going. I snuck over here to the corner. We got another question.
As you know, I like to talk.
I know it. You are awesome. I mean, and I'm just interrupting with all due respect, no disrespect at all. You are absolutely incredible. We have a question here.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Pettaway Colvin. I'm also from Selma, Alabama. Billy, thank you. What you said was superb. But you didn't talk about the hurricane and the tornado that has been through Selma, Alabama. So don't forget, you all, what you see is also the result of nature. Okay?
Thank you.
We have one more question.
I did invite you to my church to preach, so you could have did that sermon at church instead of here. My question,
Amen.
I'm enjoying this. Is very powerful. Thank you for bringing this to Selma. So I've got question is 3-part. What can we do as parents, black business owners, and African-American pastors? Tell me what I can do. Tell us what we can do.
Love that question. Let's go down the line. We can start with you, and we'll just go down that way.
Hey, great question, because I just asked her, could I ask a question? Because my next question was going to be to answer your question. This is what we can do. Parent Symposium, correct? So it's 98% of parents in here. So my question is, how many parents right now have stepped foot in a school, say, over the last year? Okay, you see, that's a small percentage of the room, right? We can step foot in the schools, all right? We can come and show our support besides just having those small conversations that turns into gossip, you know, inside your homes, in the community. That's what the community, that's what the school system needs. When we have open house, when we invite parents out, like the seniors now coming up, they're for to have their last first day. Things like that, we need to come out and support them so they can see those faces, not just when I call and say, hey, I'm concerned about Johnny absence. I'm concerned about his grades and his attendance, you know, going hand in hand. Okay, now you run up there and it's an issue. No, how about we come in to celebrate, hey, just to view the school, just to visit Mr. Carter's class, to find out why, hey, these kids like his class. What are you doing well that maybe some other teachers or some other parents need to know to get involved? Pastors, you don't have to be a parent. Maybe if you're not doing anything, instead of sitting at home just watching TV, come to the school and visit just to see the newness of the school. That's what the community can do, because we're having conversations, we're talking about it, we're expressing concerns, but we're doing it in the privacy of our own homes or in the midst of our buddies, and that just turns into gossip. Gossip doesn't take us anywhere, right? Service takes us places. Getting out and showing face, and for that kid, hey, how you doing? I know you stay around the corner, yeah. That's what it takes to move the system forward, because it's not just on the teachers, right? We get burned out. You don't know what a face coming in the classroom, a fresh parent coming in the classroom, giving me a thumbs up may do for that day or carry me through that week to help your child get what they need. I'm human too. We get tired too. And as you say, there's nobody to come back me up when I get tired and go down. It's just going to be, oh, he's not doing his job. You know. How can you help me do my job? If it's a support system, it has to be a support system every single day, and not just when it's a negative impact. How about some positive impact, some positive reassurance to help us get what we need to get to?
That's good.
I snuck up here. I snuck up here because there's like, when you start talking about education, it's like, oh, some things I want to say. So y'all, because this the den, right? People just come in your den, you don't know. So, okay, I made my way in the den. It's just two things.
I opened up that door.
You did. It's two things, right? So I'm blessed to serve as a board member of Birmingham City Schools as an elected official. Unbelievable. I cannot believe that God allowed me, that folks took the very thing that our ancestors here in Selma fought and died for and entrusted their vote into me to serve, to represent them. It's important because so I'm grateful, but I want to talk about the privilege we have to serve as board members, because to also pour into your question, Pastor, what can you do? I talked about attendance earlier. I want to try to connect the dots with attendance and funding, because everything we talk about today, y'all need to understand, it's about the money. Everything we talk about today is about the money. So what does this look like? Councilman Young mentioned, and I know Councilman Woods understand that experienced as well, when the commander-in-chief froze or removed the ARPA funding. So let's make all this make sense. So if you understand education, you know during the pandemic we got ESSER dollars, additional funding, federal dollars to support and close academic gaps across the country for students learning. The cities received ARPA funding. It's the same thing as ESSER funding, but it was just funding for the cities to entrust into the communities to build and develop. Selma decided they were going to build a school, a new school, much needed. The initiative that Councilman Woods talked about, putting grocery stores into our middle schools, incredible initiatives, brilliant thinkers about what we needed. Leadership matters. You got to decide what ship you want to be on. Everybody in a ship, relationship, partnership, leadership. And some ships don't go anywhere, sinking ships. So you got to decide what ship you want to be on, and then why are you in that ship. So we're in the election season. Leadership matters. So that's one thing. And the reason why leadership matters is because, one, you need bold leaders. You need bold leaders, and because I'm a child of God, who knows God, because this is not a season to play. We are in some very interesting times. They've been spoken of in the word, and we are here. There were days, we are in the days where right is wrong and wrong is right. And people are afraid to be bold and courageous. So we need bold leaders that's willing to lose the title, willing to lose the election if you're not re-elected or elected, but that doesn't change your purpose. The reason why money matters in K-12 education is because we all know when school starts back, there's a big push for your child to be in school for the first 20 days. The first 20 days of school, there is a head count because of the money. Okay? So what happens is every student is funded based upon average daily membership, ADM. Teachers are provided based upon average daily membership. So if students are not coming to school in the first 20 days of school being in session, then that dollar amount is connected to their attendance. So after the first 20 days, I'll say 30 days of school, you may start to see young people on the streets. And not just Selma, not just Birmingham, but across the country, because that's how funding works. So what happens is the children that we no longer want to educate because we don't have time to deal with, you've got to go. So as a community member, call to action, you need to be showing up to make sure that children are in school, asking your nieces and nephews. We don't need to go out in the community. Start in the den. Start in the den to make sure children are attending school. But once that funding comes to the school, your board members then determine how that funding is appropriated. Do our students need more mental health support services than that extra assistant principal? Do we need social workers in the building because of the trauma that our children are dealing with? But if you just put people on the board to serve because they look good, speaking well is important, but sometimes people talking and ain't saying shh. So what are we doing? Who do we have in office? We get elected and no one holds us accountable. You want to show up and take a picture with us, or we want to show up and take a picture with you. We want to do press conferences about data that is not impressive. Woodman Williams don't show up for that. We need to check those things, and I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that because it needs to be said. I'm saying that because I ain't scared. And so I hope that you are not scared either, because we don't need, and I know somebody's pointing at me at the time, but it's the den. We're going to stay on top. We're going to be good. Make sure children are in school because, first of all, you have educators that are in the building. They're qualified, y'all. They're qualified. They're ready to receive our children and to educate them and equip them with the tools to become economically independent. But when we don't, as a community, encourage our children to show up, if we don't call each other out on what we're doing, then we've created a system of perpetual poverty. That's what Selma sees, because we are undereducating. Birmingham sees it. It's in nooks. Gaston sees it. It's on the black side of town. Montgomery sees it. We don't need them to come into our system and take over our educational system. I'm going to say this last thing and be quiet. There is no Calvary coming. We are the Calvary. So we've got to decide we're going to do what we need to do for us. Okay, I said that was it.
Thank you. We have a few, now she done fired up some folks, so we have a few more questions. If I could take those questions, and then if you all want to weigh in on what pastors and others can do, we want to make sure to get back to you on those responses. Can we do it that way? All right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir, I want to answer your question. In most black neighborhoods, there's a church on almost every corner. Okay, so in most black neighborhoods, there's a church on almost every corner. And in most churches, the congregation is predominantly single mothers. What can and most of the pastors that have churches in these communities, they don't live in these communities. So you may have a church. Can you like that right there? Okay. Okay, so I won't start over. But like I said, most pastors that have churches in communities, those pastors don't live in those communities. So how much concern can those pastors have, or how can they show concern for those communities that they don't live in, however they pastor? Pastors and churches have a lot of influence when it comes to that neighborhood. So I wonder if a pastor would consider visiting the schools in the neighborhoods that they pastor. And you have a chance to know the parents, know the children, you know sometimes what school this child goes to. Maybe if not the pastor himself, but a representative from the church could join the PTA. And then just say, if you know that little Johnny is in your church and you find out little Johnny hadn't been going to school, can you address little Johnny and his mother? Well, I found out from the school that little Johnny hasn't been going to school. I'm concerned about I'm concerned about his attendance. Or Mary, little Mary, she's failing math. How can we help in the church, in your community, as far as tutoring to help these children succeed?
Thank you for that question. And I think it is a rhetorical question that is a good one. And I think, Pastor, I appreciate your question, which is how can people get involved? And we've heard a couple of those answers. We are at time. And so what I'm going to do is allow the panelists to make very brief closing comments. And I would like for you, I don't like folks to be depressed. And there's a lot for us to be mad about and sad about and all of that. But hopefully it will also make you mad and want to do something. That's really what this is about. And so if you could perhaps select, if you want to answer the question about what pastors and others can do in the community to help with schools, and we heard some of those answers, or tell us something that you are excited about, whether it's the members of city council or school board, that your level of government is doing something great that the people should know, that they should get involved in, something that excites you, something that gets us inspired and motivated to know that there is work happening and something that they can look forward to. So again, either answer the question, what folks can do very specifically, what can they write down and say, this is what I can do, or share something that you're excited about, that we should be inspired by, that we know good work is happening in our community.
I'll say what we can do is get on one accord. Everybody brought up great points. You said a lot of churches in the community. There's a lot of us doing a whole lot of stuff, but we weaken it when we're all in. When somebody's in that corner, somebody's in that corner, somebody's in that corner. There's more power in the numbers. If we get on one accord, we can move the needle. So I think the one thing we can do, to the pastor's question, is get on one accord. I know that's a church reference. We need to get on one accord. It's a reason why they say that, because if we get on one accord, we can get things done instead of pulling against each other. You know, something simple as having events on the same day that could be impactful, but we got 60 people over here and 50 over here. If we had 110 people, it'll be stronger. So I would say get on one accord, and like Nianta said, no one is coming to rescue us. We're going to have to rescue ourselves.
Thank you.
I'll add in quickly. I think Pastor made a good question that I think walks us out in the direction we need to go. But one, I think as an individual, as a parent, I got a 7-year-old and a 6-year-old. I think the way we have to look at education is our child's education is our responsibility. Like the schools play a role and can really help educate your child, but it's your responsibility. Like if they're not reading at the level they need to read at, that's your responsibility. And so I think that's the number one thing we can do is the teachers are there to help walk them through that curriculum to ensure that they're on track. But if you're seeing that they're not moving at the level they need to, if they're not retaining what they need to, that just means you're gonna have to step in more. It's your responsibility. You can't, because the alternative is just to allow your child to get further and further behind. And so when it's your responsibility, you have to take action to ensure that they're where they need to be. I think as businesses, it's just getting involved, supporting efforts that are going forth. Like support the educational system and be visible and create opportunity, whether it's internships or just showing that next generation what this path is. Like what is this, whatever that industry is that you're in, be willing to expose that next generation to it. And then I think churches are a very important key component, specifically in the Black community, because there are so many. That's a different soapbox that I won't get on today, but there's so many churches and have the ability to one, provide information. I mean, that's one thing that was at the cornerstone of Black churches in the 60s was people came together for important information. And so one, spread that word of accountability. Like it's your child's responsibility. If you see parents that need assistance, be willing to point them in the right direction, help use your church as a hub as much as possible to keep young people on the right track. Part of that too is there are parents that may not be able to fill that void, and so the community has to step in. And so that's where churches can really play a key role.
Thank you.
I think Pastor Grayson mentioned 3 different areas. He talked about parents, businesses, and pastors. With parents, simple. Engage in parenting. Raise your children. Don't depend on everybody else to raise your children. Parents, raise your children. Make sure they go to bed at night. Make sure they get up and go to school. Make sure they have those things they need so they can learn. Parent. And for those of us that know of parents that are having an issue parenting, help those parents parent. Because it does take a village. That's cliche, but it really does. We are products of a village. We had everybody looking out for us. If we got in trouble at school, before we got home, Miss Mary at the end of the corner knew about it. She chastised us. By the time we got home, 5 people had told us we were wrong for what we were doing. It takes a village. Next thing, businesses. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Customer service. You don't want to go in a place and be treated any kind of way. Make sure you engage in proper business services. Treat people right. Find out what people are going to Prattville and Montgomery to buy and provide those services in Selma so they won't have to go to Birmingham or wherever else to get it. Finally, pastoring. Follow the Pastor John Grayson and Dr. C.C. Grayson model. Understand that you are not just pastoring your flock that's in that building on Sunday. You are a pastor for the whole city. And I'll say this publicly. Pastor Grayson is here today. He's always here. Whether it's this forum, being a pastor means just don't showing up to give a sermon and tell us about how wrong we are, but it's about helping us improve our quality of life. Showing up. If you're going to take on the role of a pastor, understand you're a pastor to everybody and people are watching you. And Pastor Grayson and Dr. C.C. Grayson, we have watched you and we thank you for what you do. A lot of times people do things you don't thank them. Thank you for what you do. And then quickly on inspiration. If you want to be inspired, go inside these school systems. I'm a part of 2 mentoring programs. And every time I might start off low, by the time I leave, I'm on a high. Because in spite of all of the controversy, in spite of all of whatever else is going on, our children are still children and they are doing great. They are working hard. They are learning. And we've got some really good children. And actually, we would do best to follow them sometimes as adults to see how they get along and to see how they perform. So on a high note, remember the children, follow the children, and help the children.
Thank you very much. I want to close by recounting a couple of things that we heard today. Advocate, keep telling your story. Adapt, and I'm going to add to that, know how to make it do what it do.
Come on.
While we also fight what's happening federally. I want all the parents to repeat after me. My child's education is my responsibility. My child's education is my responsibility. I also heard that we need to show up. Show up to school, show up to classrooms, pat a teacher on the back every once in a while. Spend time with kids. Make sure these babies show up to school, especially the first 30 days, so we can get that coin, okay? I want to leave you with my favorite quote. It's by Dr. Benjamin E. Mays. It says that every person is born into this world to do something distinctive and something unique. And if he or she doesn't do it, it will never be done. And so we are grateful for these brothers up here who are doing outstanding work in our communities and in our schools. We thank you for those of you who have shown up today to be sown into, to be inspired, to be empowered. Thank you for the work that you are doing. And just be reminded what Nyansa said, we are the Calvary.
Yes.
And if we don't do it, it'll never be done. Thank you all. Thank you to our panel.
Hello, my name is Byron Taylor, and I am a pastor of Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church in Fairfield, Alabama. And also I am a business owner of BT Enterprise, do total home repair and lawn service. I'm also a proud sponsor of Black Alabamians, and I'm a proud father of 5 children, one whom I just got custody of a few years ago. And that's why I so proudly support Black Alabamians. From a personal standpoint, and looking at the work that Black Alabamians do, I was in a situation after I got custody of my son at 12 years old. He was in a school, 7th grade, and testing on a 2nd grade level. However, I went to the school and couldn't get any answers, couldn't get any solutions on how to change this. But I thank God I was in a situation where I can homeschool him myself, put him in private school, and now see his self-sufficient life at 19, almost 20 years old. However, the thought of the other parents with kids in school with not being able to afford to do what I did. So when I think about Black Alabamians being able to assist in guiding parents and giving them different ways of showing them the different routes to get their children a better education, I hadn't seen that. I didn't know about it. So I just thank God for you and your organization for doing a great work.
Wow. Was that panel not great? Can you give them another round of applause? That's the type of atmosphere that we want. We want to be able to engage. We want to be able to challenge each other. We want to be able to have those hard conversations, right? So, Ms. Barber, I was going to invite you up. You got me in trouble. I was going to invite you up. I needed you to tell the story of Dr. Martin Luther King kissing you on the cheek that you never watched for another year. No, you got. I can't do it now because you took too much of my time earlier. But she said bring it. Somebody said bring her up. Come on. We're in the den, so come on. So if you have not done the tour, and I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this, if you have not done the tour with Miss Barber, you have to do it. The information that she gave us on yesterday was unreal. Okay? It gives you a different perspective. It inspires you. It makes you want to be here. It makes you want to do something. So, now don't you get me in trouble.
There is a mural on the old IGA Gaston's building that represents Dr. King. And Joanne Bland chose that mural to be a peppermint candy. And she put his initials in the middle of that peppermint. Part of the reason that she chose a peppermint candy to remember Dr. King was because every time he came to Selma, he came with pockets full of peppermint. And when he finished his presentation or his speech or whatever you wanted to call it in Brown Chapel Church, as he walked to his ride, because he was chauffeured everywhere, if he encountered a child, he would stop. He would extend his hand to shake your hand, ask your name, your age, do you understand why you are here? And when he finished, he would hold your hand in a way that he would palm a peppermint in the center of your hand. The day that he talked to me, he ran out of peppermint. And so he said to me, can I give you a peck on your cheek? I said, sure. He pecked my cheek. I went home to my mama like this. She said, girl, what's wrong with you? Did somebody hit you at that church? I said, no, ma'am. Dr. King kissed my face, and I'm never going to wash it again. Well, you know I lied. But one of the reasons that I loved Dr. King was because he could have been an arrogant man. He could have been big-headed and untouchable. But he chose to be a humble man who spoke simply and spoke to all of the people. I cannot tell you the thousands of people who heard his message and responded to it merely because he knew how to deliver it. He was the best orator I have ever heard, and I'm 76 years old. But I try to speak like Dr. King because I know the power of words. And what we've got to do with our children is stop giving them negative words, give them positive words so that they grow and become the positive people that we need them to be. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be a big compliment. Something as simple as you certainly look beautiful today. Hello.
Thank you. That's just a snippet of what we got for a couple of hours yesterday. You have to do it if you have not done it. Okay, so we're getting ready to eat, and we also have some giveaways. Now, check under your seat. If you have a tag or something under your seat, visit the table over here in the corner, a ticket. Can somebody show me what one look? All right. That's not it. No, that's not it. That's not it. How does it look? Somebody. All right. So the food, show them the ticket. It looks like the red ticket right here. Not the seat. Don't. I love this baby here. She's checking on every. There you go. You got one. Go visit the table over here. All right. The food. We're gonna go. Let's get going because we got to get started. If you think that was something, you wait till you hear Dr. Fuller and the next panel that we have. So we're just gonna go through the food over here to the left. They'll direct you in which door they want you to go in first. All right, go to the left door. Everybody get up. Hey, engage with the robot. Go to that table over in the corner there. They'll give you your ticket. Hey, engage with the robot. Take some pictures with the robot while you're eating. So everybody's scared to eat? Y'all, let's go. Let's get it, because we have a limited amount of time. What?
about the children, but these young men are at Selma City High School, and they are a part of the Kappa League. That's right. And they are volunteering with us today. So I definitely, not I, but we want to say thank you, young men, for coming out looking like you're looking. And I have to acknowledge that Mr. Carter, our panelist, is their mentor. And so he is not only in the classroom, on the school board, but he's in the community too. So when he say he's tired, y'all. So we need more people to support his work. So thank you, Mr. Carter, for what you do. Thank you to Kevius Bill. You can raise your hand. All right. Mr. Antonio Prince. Yes. And Mr. Jadarius Barley. Thank you guys for being here today.
right, everybody, we're gonna get started in about 5 minutes, so wrap up your foods and get ready for a dynamic speaker.
Take our seats. All right, I know the music is great. I know the DJ is young. That's right, Mr. DJ. We got to turn it down now. It's been a little turned up. How about the food? How was the food? Yes. All right, I know the physical food was good. How about that spiritual food from the first panel? Yes. All right, we are preparing ourselves for the main event. So don't get too full. The restrooms are to the right and the left. If you laugh too hard, or not just laugh, but if you feel so emotional, be inspired. Let's all turn our attention to the television screens.
Howard Fuller has become the big brother of leadership for me and countless people throughout this community. Howard has taught us all how to believe, but not only believe, but work hard for the outcome that we believe in. He's showed us all how to be compassionate and understanding of the needs of other people. He has been the one that has showed us how, even when there are difficulties, how to stay in your best, your back up, your head up. He's been a great teacher for all of us in the power of leadership and leaving a legacy.
Everybody see him either as an uncle, granddad, or just a father by himself. My first experience with him is when he came up to me and he said, I looked kind of familiar. At first I was shocked because I was like, I never seen this dude before, and this was like freshman year, so I'm like kind of scared. And then he said a familiar name, which was my great-grandmother. He was connecting with me, like how she used to do the same thing as him, as in student council, do like things for Milwaukee.
He's a pretty, actually shockingly chill dude, and he's pretty nice. And he taught some of my classes last year, and surprisingly his shoe game is like crazy. Like,
yeah, you can't be walking around with boring shoes. You know?
He's been like a really big role model for me, and I like base a lot of my decisions on how I feel he would look at him when I was making him. So I wanted to make him proud with him being my father figure and all.
I mean, we've all met these people that have a million things going on, like in his case, literally. But when you talk to them and spend time with them, they have this unique ability to make you feel like you're the only thing that matters in those 10, 15 minutes, and you're fully locked in.
It was a blessing just to have worked for him, because he shaped everything about me as a person today, really. And I mean everything, not only my work, but just how I move in life. So much influenced by what I've seen him model.
Dr. Fuller was a big push in me going back to school to get my PhD. And he's been one of my strong mentors. It doesn't matter time of day, if I need any type of assistance, he's there to give it.
He never forgets a kid, and they never forget him. And so, for those of us who have education as a passion, he's our friend, comrade, leader, inspirer.
To me, Dr. Fuller is Pops. He's a mentor. He's the backbone of our institution. He's our guiding light. He's our torchbearer. He's our drum major. He's everything to me personally and to a lot of the students here because of what he's done for us and the opportunities he's afforded us in educating Black children in Milwaukee.
All right, let's put our hands together for Dr. Fuller. Let's welcome to the stage. Woo, I need more than that, y'all. Come on now. Let me tell you something. Where you want to sit at, Doc? Where would you like to sit? Wherever you sit, I'll sit next to you. Listen, y'all, we just watched this video introduction, but I think that this young man, in my opinion, is the Dr. King of education reform. And you're going to hear why I feel that way in just a few minutes. I'm nervous, y'all, and I'll never get nervous. I think I said that before, maybe the first time we had Symposium, but if you knew the weight that was in this building, the weight that is here and the weight that is to come. Dr. Howard Fuller, the founder of national nonprofit organization in 1999 called the Black Alliance for Educational Options. Does that sound familiar to the folk that's trying to do something here today? Black Alabamians was birthed out of the Black Alliance for Educational Options. If you are a parent or student at some point in your life in the kindergarten through 12th grade education, anywhere in these United States, and you are a person of color, and you attended a possibly private school, a charter school, even the traditional sector, it is because of this young man sitting right here and his efforts to lead national school choice policies for Black families. Yeah. So I have some questions, but we probably won't get there after I ask this very first one. So Dr. Fuller, welcome back to Alabama. I don't even know is that mic on? We good?
I think it's fine.
There it is. All right. So listen, I'm ready to get into the sauce. So there are two men that I know in my life that I have witnessed cursing in a church. I see eyebrows raising. I heard some chuckles. I see one man leaning over looking at me. One is my father, who is in the building. Raise your hand, Daddy. All right. That's Cat Daddy, to those who may not know him, all the way from Gaston, Alabama. So that's where I get my boldness from. But then there's a second man sitting to my left, your right, Dr. Howard Fuller. Some 14 years ago at Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church in Fairfield, Alabama, 143 Seminole Circle, under the leadership of Dr. David W. Craig. I was going to Bible study on a Wednesday night, and I thought I was going to Bible study, and I walked in, and this gentleman was at the front of the church saying that he was mad, and he was mad as hell, that we weren't mad at how our children are performing or were performing at that time academically. And that was about 13, 14 years ago. So, Dr. Fuller, what are you mad as hell about today?
Okay, first of all, I want to tell Nianta how proud I am of her. So one of the things that we tried to do at Baal was always make black people feel that they could come to something that ain't raggedy. You know what I'm saying? That you feel good about just being in the room. Yeah. And so how you arrange the room, how you do all of that tells black people that we care about them and that we are not a culture that you see on TikTok. That ain't black people. We have a history that's very different than that. And so for me to see her do this in Selma, I just want to tell her how proud I am of her, number one.
Thank you.
Number two, and I'm gonna answer your question directly. Number two, for a person like me, I can't come to Selma without telling you that Selma is sacred ground. Yeah. Alabama is sacred ground. And I want all you young people to understand that I'm not just up here saying that because I ain't got nothing else to say. I'm saying it because of the Montgomery bus boycott. I'm saying it because of the Children's Crusade in Birmingham. I'm saying it because of the people who marched across that bridge. And a lot of young people talk about, oh, I would have done this and that. If you'd have been back there then, would you have had the courage to walk across that bridge? People talk shit. The question is, what are you going to do? There's a ancient African-American philosopher named Junebug Jabbo Jones who said, Mr. Say ain't nothing, Mr. Do is the man. And so the question is, what would you do then and what will you do now? And so, yeah, Alabama's sacred ground to me. Alabama's sacred ground to me because of those 4 little girls that got killed when these racists bombed that church, the 16th Street Baptist Church. Alabama's sacred to me because Martin Luther King Jr. wrote the letter from the Birmingham jail. Why am I saying all this? I'm saying it because as a people, we have to get to the point where we never forget. Yes. Never forget. And I don't forget, and I don't forgive. I ain't forgiving Jack. Yeah. And so I'm just saying, y'all can forgive him and y'all Christian and everything. I'm not forgiving these racist dogs who did this to our people. I will never forget, and I will never forgive. So now, what am I mad as hell about? This is what I'm mad about. I want y'all to think about this just for a moment. On February 1st, 1960, 4 students sit down at a lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina, where they were not welcome, and they changed the course of history. And here we are in 2025. 4 students can sit down at a lunch counter in Selma where they're now welcome and they can't read the menu. How did this happen? How did this happen? It happened because we are the most accepting race of people on the earth. This is not our children's fault. This is our fault. It's our fault because we let this happen. We let this happen. That's what I'm mad about. I'm mad because I was talking right before the election to a group of black people. And they told me, well, I don't know who I'm going to vote for because, you know, the price of gasoline is 3 cents more and eggs is this and that and blah, blah, blah. I'm saying to these ignorant Negroes, Donald Trump is the most despicable ass human being walking on the face of the earth. He's a racist, he's a white supremacist, and he coming at your peoplehood and you talking about 3 cents for some gas. So that's just to get started. Because I'm mad every day. There was a book back in the day called Black Rage. And it said that any black person who is relatively conscious ought to be in a constant state of rage. That's me. And you learn how to negotiate it at different moments in time, but that rage burns inside of every aspect of my being. And y'all should not be out here thinking that Donald Trump is a new phenomenon. You should go back and read what it was like when Lincoln got assassinated and Andrew Johnson took over. Andrew Johnson is Trump without social media. He had to get on a train to go from place to place to spew hatred. And so as we sit here today, we cannot be in retreat. We got so many scared Negroes. Oh my God, oh my God. Tell me what year black people were not in crisis. Tell me what year that was. It had to be before I was born. Because every year I've known we've been in crisis. The question is, how are we going to fight at this moment? So here's my suggestion on education. The thing we all got to understand is this. You say that you support public education. I support public education. But public education is not the same as the systems that deliver it. There's a difference between public education as an idea, that is, we want to educate the public, and the different types of systems that have been created to educate the public. And if I don't like the systems, it doesn't mean I oppose public education. It means I oppose the delivery systems for public education. And since these delivery systems were not created by God, we could change them. Hello? So it's like people say, I'm against vouchers. Why? Why are you against vouchers? Well, because the white folks used vouchers back in blah, 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 blah to do X, Y, and Z. Here's my question. Do you oppose cars? Do you not buy a car because white people got cars? Do you understand that a car is a vehicle to get you from one place to another? Good people get in cars and bad people get in cars. A voucher is a mechanism. It ain't got no value, no intrinsic value in and of itself. It can be used for good and it can be used for evil. The issue is to find out how can I use what they use but for a different purpose. You feeling what I'm saying? Those of you who are out here talking about, oh, I ain't for this, I ain't for that, most of the time you don't even know what you for or against. You're just talking, man. Instead of stepping back and saying, what is out here that I can use? Because at this moment in history, we need to be looking internally. This is the moment for us to look at our church, to look at our women's club, to look at whatever we got and ask this question: how strong are we internally? Because the fight that we're going to have to fight over the next several years, you have to have organizations that are strong internally. That's how we have to function at this moment. You cannot go at these people in a frontal battle. We got to fight a guerrilla warfare. Seriously. We got to do something where we can do something here. We got to do something here. We got to do something here. You can't just stand up and just say, well, they took the money. Yeah, they took the money. You going to shrivel up and get in a fetal position? Or are you going to try to figure out, okay, they took this money, but how can we get this money to do this? How can we get this to do that? That's how we're going to have to live, man. But tell me what's different. What's different is they have a conscious national strategy, and they're in control of the mechanisms of government in a way that most of you all who are here alive never saw. But they've done it before, and we survived. You feel what I'm saying? We still here, but we have to be here in 2025. We cannot fight a world that used to be, a world we wish to be. We got to fight in the world that is. And in the world that is today, we need to build institutions. We need to figure out ways to strengthen ourselves. Now let me take one last moment, and then, because I told Neonta I didn't want to speak, I want to ask some questions. I lied.
Right. I knew that one question would get you going.
No, seriously. I want to explain something to you all. The reason why our children cannot read today is because they're not being taught to read. And with all due respect to teachers and all of this, most of y'all coming out of schools of education who never gave you the tools that you need to teach our children how to read. So if you want to talk about one thing you can do in America today, we need to teach our kids how to read, man. I mean, Ken and I were talking about AI. You still got to be able to read. Oh, no, the kids got AI. You still got to be able to read. So why is it that our kids cannot read?
You know what?
Because-
He's scooching forward. I'm just gonna come off the stage and just let you stand
No,
on up.
No, but I want to really talk about this because I want teachers in this room and their former teachers in this room who know what I'm about to say is true. That over the years, we've adopted this strategy of something called balanced literacy or whole language. That will never teach our children how to read. You cannot tutor kids who cannot read. If you're going to teach our kids how to read, you must use phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, spelling, comprehension. If you don't know how to do that, you can't teach our kids how to read. All of this, well, they should just be surrounded by good books. Do you learn through osmosis? Are you going to sit in a room with good books and it's just going to come out of the books and you're going to be able to read? Hell no. Our children going to learn how to read when we use phonics, phonemic awareness, comprehension, vocabulary, and spelling. There are training programs out here that will train you in the science of reading. The science of reading has been ignored for 50 years. There are older black teachers out here who've been saying for years, we're not teaching these kids how to read, but we ain't been listening. So now we got all of these kids out here who may be able to look at words, they may be able to say them, but they don't comprehend what they're saying. They can't logically explain all of this. It is not their fault. It's our fault because we have allowed all of these theories that don't work. So let me just stop because I do want to answer y'all's questions and stuff. But I do not want us to live in a world of illusion. And that's where we are, sisters and brothers. Many of us are living in a world of illusion. And we've forgotten that we are from a people who got through slavery. You know, I hear white folks talking about, y'all don't work hard. What? What? You're talking about my mother and my grandmother. They worked hard every day of their life. And so this idea that we're lazy, we're this or that, that's made up stuff about us. That ain't us. That's not us. And the only way we're going to survive this period of history is to go back to being us. Not the us you see on social media. I spend too much time on TikTok, man. Like the stuff I see, I'm like, oh my God. But then I got to keep reminding myself what I'm seeing is not us. That's some of us. That's some of us for sure, right? But that ain't all of us. Because many times we get so fixed on what our children may be doing or what young people are doing that we don't like, but that may only be 5% of all of our kids. And we start focusing on that, and we forget to focus on the ones who are doing what we're asking them to do every single day. We forget to put our energy into them. And we put all of our energy into the 5 or the 10% who are doing things that don't define us. And then because we put the attention on them, there are all of these young people over here who are trying to do the right thing, who get no attention because we over there focused on that small percentage of us that ain't us. So that's what I'm mad about.
Wow. I figured that. That's good. That's right. A round of applause. Woo. Heavy, heavy, heavy. So, Dr. Fuller, you alluded to and you spoke about schools and the delivery system, and we are in Alabama, clearly, and we're in Selma. The state of Alabama instituted school choice in 2013 by the passing of the Alabama Accountability Act, the scholarships, the vouchers. In 2015, Alabama passed the charter school legislation, Alabama's Student and School Opportunity Act. Just this past legislative session, the Alabama legislature passed the Choose Act. Also this past legislation, the Alabama legislature passed our student-weighted funding formula. So now we have additional funding going towards schools. But Alabama is still suffering from the acceptance of choice. I remember when Bayo was in Selma 15, 20 years ago advocating to have discussions about charter schools and choice. We were kicked out of town. We weren't allowed to be here for a very long period of time. So what say you on current debates in Alabama around school choice, vouchers, charters, etc.?
Okay, so the first thing is I don't support school choice. I support parent choice. And that's not just a semantical difference. When we created Bayo so that parents, low-income and working-class parents, could have the power to choose. We didn't form Bayo so that schools could choose kids. We formed Bayo so that parents could choose schools for their children. Understand this, my brothers and sisters. If you live in America and you got money, you got choice. Choice ain't the issue in America. It's who has it and who don't. Because if you got money and school's not working for your children, you're going to move to places where they do work. You're going to put your kids in private schools, or you're going to get the most expensive tutoring on the planet. The only people who can't do that are low-income and working-class people. You got people who oppose choice, but ask them, where do you send your children? Where your children go to school? The answers you're going to get when they start hemming and hawing, because they're going to take care of their kids. What we got to do is figure out, here's a law, here's a law, here's a law. How do we use that law? I personally oppose universal vouchers. I didn't get in this so that people with money could give more money. You feeling what I'm saying? Like, if you're in the world and you got money, you like right here. You don't got money, as Chris Rock said, you like right here. I didn't get in this fight to do this. I got in it to do this. And so what we got to do is to figure out of all of these laws that have been passed, how can we use them? What parts of this can we use? But what parts of this do we need to oppose? See, here's the thing, man. Like, I believe in a thing called interest convergence theory. And Derek Bell taught this to me. Derek Bell was one of the great constitutional lawyers of our time. And I got to know him well. Back in the 30s, when him and Thurgood Marshall and all of them, y'all need to understand that even back then, there was an argument about should we pursue integration or should we pursue Plessy and try to make Plessy work? Because there were some black people who were saying, look, man, I don't want to be with these white people. If we can figure out a way to have our own, let's get our own. The problem with it was when we would get our own, they would control our own. You see what I'm saying? So here's what interest convergence theory is and how it relates to what you're saying. Interest convergence theory is this. And Derek Bell was talking about during the Civil Rights Movement. He was saying during the Civil Rights Movement, the ones that everybody talk about that don't know a lot about, anyway, they talk about it. He said the reason why we made progress was because at a certain point in time, our interests converged with their interests. Let me go back and explain. At the point in time of the Civil Rights Movement, the United States was trying to prove to the rest of the world that democracy was a better form of government than communism. Hard to do that with Bull Connor sicking dogs on people. So at a certain point in time, they called this fool and said, man, you got to quit sicking dogs on people because you're messing up a larger thing that we're trying to get going. So at that moment in history, their interests converged with our interests and change happened. But that interest convergence can never be permanent because we're coming from two totally different worldviews. So the issue is, at what moment do we converge to get something for ourselves? And the way this world works, ain't nobody with power gonna give you power. You gotta take power and you gotta use it for your benefit. You can't be scared to get power. And so when you see a chance to unite with some of these people, you may have to do that on a particular issue. You can work with people and fight them at the same time. You understand what I'm saying? I'm with you on this. Like they invited me to come speak to a group called ALEC. It's a conservative elected official. They only invited me once. So, it's true. So I got up there, I was like, hey man, y'all say you support vouchers and you support charter schools. Am I supposed to be happy? Because what you're doing is you don't want my families to have health care. You don't want them to have housing. You don't want to have food. So the fact that you support a voucher, hell no, I'm not happy. I want the voucher, but I want food for my families. I want housing. I'm going to fight you on this and agree with you on that. But don't get confused. I ain't one of y'all. You see what I'm saying? Because sometimes black people are afraid, well, you know, if I go over here and work with them, you know, my people may say this and that. Black people going to say all kinds of stuff, man. The only way you ain't going to get no criticism is don't do nothing. But then you're going to be criticized for not doing anything. So let me tell y'all a story. It's in the first chapter of my book. So I'm down in Texas, right? People said, you need to go meet with George Bush. I was like, the younger Bush. He was governor of Texas at the time. I was like, I don't like Bush. I didn't like his daddy. I ain't going to meet with him. Hell with him. They was like, fool, he's the governor. You need to go meet with him. Cool. So we go in the meeting. There was 4 of us in the meeting, in the room. We were supposed to meet with Bush for like a half hour. We ended up meeting for an hour and a half. I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I like George Bush as a person. He's cool, man. Because I done debated Barack, just so y'all know. So, you know how you meet with these governors, and most of the time they do all the talking, and you're supposed to act like what they saying makes sense. Shit don't make no sense, but you're supposed to nod. But with him, he kept asking me questions. He was like, I don't know anything about this. I did all the talking literally for an hour. And we got up, and he said, I'm going to be the next president of the United States. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, I want you to come to Washington with me. I was like, man, you don't want me. Because I don't believe in none of y'all. I don't believe in Democrats, Republicans. I don't believe in none of y'all. And plus, you need somebody who's loyal. Shit, I'm going to go off. And, so, no, you don't want me, man. He was like, well, but could you help me with education? So I actually was on a committee that wrote Bush's first 2 speeches on education, the one in L.A. and the one in New York. So we got back, so we got back to Milwaukee. Headlines in the paper, Fuller working with Bush. All my progressive friends, all my liberal friends, oh my God, you done got in bed with the devil. I was like, hey man, I'm sitting alongside the bed. I didn't get under the sheets. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you got to sit alongside the bed. Just don't get under the sheets. You feel what I mean? Because at certain points in time, in order to get something done that we need to get done, we have to work with people that we do not like, that we do not care for. I told Alicia yesterday, and this is the first time I told her this story. Bush, I got a picture of me, Floyd Flake, Virginia Walton Ford, Kevin Chavis, sitting with Bush in the Oval Office. So I'm in the Oval Office. I don't know, I got to tell y'all this story. So Rap Brown wrote this book, Die Nigga Die. And what Rap Brown was talking about was when the Big Six went to meet with the president before the March on Washington, right? And so Rap was mad because he felt like they had sold out. So he was in there trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. So he stole an ashtray on the way out. So I'm sitting in the Oval Office. First thing I'm doing is looking at all them doors. There's a lot of doors in the Oval Office. So I'm trying to figure out which one of these doors that Clinton used for Monica Lewinsky. So this is how crazy I am. So that's the first thing I'm thinking about, right? Then I was thinking about, am I gonna steal something? You know, but if I steal something, they catch me, like, what's gonna happen, right? So they said, okay, no, I'm telling you the truth. So they told me to go, because we were trying to get a bill passed. So they told me I had to go meet with the Senate Republican luncheon. I was like, man, how would you guys do it? This is true. I went in that room. I'm sitting right here in the author. Trent Lott was chairing the meeting. He's sitting right here. In the back was Strom Thurmond and Jesse Helms. I wanted to leap over the table and choke these fools. But I was like, Howard, you in here because you're trying to get a bill passed. You gotta get control of your emotions. I know you want to kill these fools, but you gotta get control of your emotions, man. This is what we gotta do. Now, this is the last. On interest convergence theory, you still sometimes have to draw a line because you always have to understand the difference between principle and strategy and tactics. So to meet with George Bush was, for me, strategy and tactics. For you, it might be a matter of principle. So if Trump walked in this room today, the moment he hit that door, I'm out. Even if he walked in and said, I'm gonna give you niggas $100 million, I'm like, one of y'all gonna have to be in the meeting because I'm out. Because to me, meeting with him is an issue of principle. We all gotta draw the line. Even though you believe in interest convergence theory, there's some of these people you just can't meet with. Maybe somebody else gotta take the meeting. You feeling what I'm saying? Because I can't be in the meeting with some of these fools. Even though I understand that I got to do whatever we got to do to help my people. So that's sort of how I view all of these issues. You know, it's looking at every one of those bills that got passed and say, how can we use this to advance the interests of our community? What parts of this can we use? What parts of this do we need to keep fighting against? You fight and you use stuff at the same time.
Hear, hear. That's good. So you all know we are certainly going to open up the floor for questions. So I hope that you have been thinking about questions that you may have for Dr. Fuller. There'll be microphones floating around. I see some folks moving to be able to ask questions. So I'm going to pose one more question, And then we're going to allow time for the audience, for you all to ask the attendees. This is not an audience. We're in the den for our kinfolks to be able to ask questions if you have them. So, and Dr. Fuller, I feel like you were kind of like on my notes over here with some of the questions, because I really wanted to, we showed the introduction video of you, and it was footage from your school in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Howard Fuller Collegiate Academy. And I want to ask you, what does leadership require now that it did not require 20 years ago? And especially for Black leaders in education.
Yeah, so let me just tell you, answer that question and tell you a moment about our schools. So the Dr. Howard Fuller Collegiate Academy, first of all, I didn't want them to name the school after me. I really didn't. Because I don't think you should name the school after living people, especially one who's crazy. Because I may do anything. And then they got to have a meeting, get this fool's name off the building. So, but a funder said the only way we're going to give you $250,000 is y'all got to name the school after him. And so people told me, suck it up. We're going to name the school after you. Cool. So we started out as a private school 21 years ago. As a private high school using the voucher that a Black woman, y'all should know this. All of these vouchers and all this stuff that y'all doing today, there was a Black woman named Polly Williams. State legislator Polly Williams, Black woman Democrat, who got the first voucher bill passed in this country. Before charter schools, Polly Williams was fighting for our people. And all of this stuff that you all see today would not have happened had it not been for the courage of Polly Williams. But anyway, so we started as a high school in a church, my mother's church, and we were 9 through 12. Then, and that was in 2004, was the first year of our school. Then in 2011, we became a charter school, and the reason for that was because of the difference in the per pupil amount between private schools and charter schools. That's the reason why we went charter. So I can't tell you all of what's happening in Milwaukee, but let me just say this. We decided that our children deserve better than what we were getting them. And I decided 5 years ago, or 6 years ago now, to have a succession plan. Because one of the things I believe is that many times old Black people hang on too long. We're just trying to hang on. And I knew if I kept hanging on, you know how y'all start having meetings, is that nigga ever gonna leave? Like when and y'all start having these secret meetings and stuff. So Pastor, you understand. So before the meetings, I was like, let me have my own plan so I can leave on my own terms. Because I always believe on leaving on your own terms, right? So we had a succession plan for a younger person to take over as chair of the board and all that, which she did. And we were trying to get a new school. I was going to buy a new building, an old building, and refurbish it like we had done in the past for $1.7 million. But Michelle said, no, we need to build a brand new school for our children from the ground up. And so I was like, I hear you, where are you going to get the money? And she was like, we got to figure it out a way. So I went to a friend of mine out in California, and he gave us $5 million to get started. So what we did was we built a state-of-the-art high school for Black kids in the city of Milwaukee. That high school has $1 million recording studio. Y'all gotta come see our school. You gotta come see what can be done for Black children. We raised $36 million 27 million private, and then we got the new market tax credits, because I knew some people in New York who gave us $22 million in tax credits, which produced $8 million in real money. So what we did was the old building that we had is now our middle school. We put a recording studio in there. We tore half the building down and built a brand new gym for the middle schools. And then day before yesterday, we took over an existing elementary school that I helped start 25 years ago that's in a project. So HFCA is now a K through 12 educational institution, and we are unapologetically black. Now, what does that mean? That means that the majority of our board, the supermajority always has to be black. The chair of the board always has to be black. The CEO always has to be black. The chair of the curriculum committee always got to be black. And the chair of the finance committee always got to be black. But we can have white people and Latinos on the board, but this is an unapologetically black controlled institution. And there's a mural on the wall in each of our schools. I just took the picture with the little kids the other day to put the mural on the wall of the elementary school. And what it says is that when these kids walk through these doors, I want them to know that they are loved. And I told all of these people, if y'all don't love these children, I'm going to come back and haunt your ass. And I mean this. I'm not playing. This woman, this weird woman who ran for president, Marion Williamson, wrote this book, Return to Love. And she said in this book that if you don't love people, you cannot understand them. And if you cannot understand them, you cannot reach them. And if you cannot reach them, how in the hell do you think you can teach them? But I'm not talking about romantic love. I'm talking about agape. I'm talking about unredeeming love, expecting nothing in return. And if you love these kids, then you'll teach them how to read. When I was superintendent of Milwaukee, I was also superintendent for 4 years. I visited every single school in Milwaukee. It took me 4 years. I used to go into these happy schools. Everybody was happy. But the kids couldn't read. I'm like, how are y'all happy up in here and the kids can't read? You know what I'm saying? Because if you love kids, all of this stuff up. I was in a classroom where the teacher was saying, well, because the little kid said an answer that was wrong. Teacher didn't tell the kid it was wrong. Well, we've got to be concerned about their self-esteem. If you're concerned about a kid's self-esteem, let them go out in the real world with the wrong-ass answer. You feeling what I'm saying? So a lot of this stuff that we done adopted, our kids can take criticism. Our kids can be told, no, that ain't right, but here is how you're going to get to the right answer. Our children are not that fragile. And if they that fragile, you better unfragile them to go in the world that they're going to have to live in. I mean, our children are capable of greatness, but they need people to guide them. They need people to help them. Yeah, they got all of the social media and this and that, but they still, if you read the resiliency research, as I have, the resiliency research will tell you that kids can survive even the worst of circumstances, but what they need at some point in time is a connection to an adult. If you read the book, The Pact, so Lisa Frazier Page, who helped me write my book, helped these 3 doctors write their book. It's called The Pact, P-A-C-T. The three of them had a pact when they were in high school to become doctors. Two of them became doctors, one of them became a dentist. But if you read the book as I have, you will see that at some point in time, even though they had a pact, it was some adult that connected with them at critical points in time. Y'all feeling what I'm saying? And that adult can be a teacher, a coach, a Bible school teacher, a playground director. It can be any of us. So when people start talking about what can I do, those mentoring programs, those are important for children to help them figure out how to navigate what it is that's going on. This is what I would say. People all the time start saying, what can we do? My question is, what can you do? Because every one of y'all who come to these, you know how you got people come to these meetings? They can't bust a grape. In here wasting your time listening to their foolishness. And y'all know who they are, because every time they start talking, people put their head down. You know what I mean? Oh, this nigga, he back in here talking. No, I'm serious, y'all. At this moment in time, each one of us got to look in the mirror and say, number one, what am I doing? What could I be doing? And why I ain't doing it. So
That's a lot. All right, audience. Dr. Fuller, you're so powerful. You are just, your brilliance. We are so blessed to have you here. I'm just telling you, we are really blessed to have you here. Are there questions from the audience for Dr. Fuller? Really? Something wrong with y'all? Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. I was about to say. Miss Barbara, let me say this. Question. No, I'm just.
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
When you started, did you start with a small group, and does the size of the initiators matter?
Right. So that's an excellent question. So here's what happened. So the first year that we started the school, I was not the chair of the board, because the pastor of the church where he let us use his education building for the school. So what had happened was they had planned for 125 students the first year. 33 came the first day of school. And by the end of that first year, they only had 67 kids. What they didn't do was to go back and restructure the budget based on the fact you didn't have 125 kids. So at the end of May of that first year, they called me, because I wasn't on the board then, because I had something else to do. I helped get it started and all that. And they said, hey, man, you need to come to a meeting at the bank. That's never a good sign, right? So I went in there and found out no financial structure had been set up. They didn't know where the money was going to come from to pay the teachers. It was horrible. So I told the pastor, like, hey, because he and I are good friends. He's my mother's pastor. Hey, man, you need to let me take over as the chair of the board. And so then what I did was I went out and raised $100,000 to make sure that we could take care of everything, including paying the church $50,000 in rent that we owed them. And then what I said to the staff was, we will only exist if we can recruit 125 students for the next school year. We spent that entire summer going door to door to get those students. That's how we survived. Because those first 2 years were really, really difficult, but now we are now 21 years old.
Great question. Pastor?
Dr. Fuller, this is really a great blessing to us, and we're really enjoying it. But I know what drives you now as far as the education of the black kids. That's great. I know what. But where did it start in you? Where did the fire start and when? And where did the fire start in you to get to where you are? I want to go back, not where we are now, but where did this fire start in you and when?
Okay, Pastor, that's an excellent question. I'll try to be as brief as I can because there's different elements to it. Okay, so the first place that it started, everything begins with my mother and my grandmother. Everything. And if you read my book, you will see that I talk about my mother and my grandmother. I have to tell you my grandmother's story because I was born in Shreveport, Louisiana. We moved to Milwaukee when I was 6 years old. My mother was sitting on the back steps with me, and some cops came and said that somebody had robbed somebody and they were in our house. My mother said, ain't nobody in the house. The cops said, girl, you know how this is back in the 40s, because I'm 84 years old. Okay, so the cop kicked my mother. And Aunt Sally, who lived behind us, called my mother. My grandmother worked for a white doctor. She called Pearl. Pearl came home, got her gun, and went to the police station to look for the one who kicked her daughter. That's the blood that's running in my veins. So you start with that. And then, you know, in high school, it used to be black people would see these kids and they say, that one right there, we got to take a hold of him because he got something. And they would pour everything into those of us who they identified. I was one of those kids that they identified, right? And because I could play basketball and I was good, I'm not bragging. If it's true, it's not bragging. You know what I'm saying? and so that ball got me to college. And I'm the first black man to graduate from this college. I integrated a college by myself. And just so y'all know that I have this picture too. In the 8th grade, one of my classmates was Al Jarreau. I know some of y'all don't know who that is, but those of you who know who I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. So there were these people who were doing all this for me, right? So I said, you know, if I ever get to be something, I gotta come back, just like these people poured stuff into me. I gotta come back and do that. I do believe that to those of us who much is given, much is required. So there's that. And then when I went down to North Carolina and I started organizing black people, and I ended up creating Malcolm X Liberation University. But before that, and this is all a part of me, you know how some of y'all have talked about Malcolm X's speech, The Ballad or the Bullet? I was in Corey Methodist Church the night he gave the speech. And so for some of y'all, while Martin Luther King may be the person, for me it's Malcolm X. And Malcolm X's speech changed who I was as a black person. And then when I formed Malcolm X Liberation University, it started getting me into the education realm. But then I went to Africa to speak in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, on black education. And I ended up being invited to come into Mozambique where the people were fighting for their liberation. So I spent 30 days with a guerrilla column in Mozambique because we got attacked by the Portuguese while I was in there. So all of these things, if you read my book, you'll see it. All of these things is what drove me to be at this point. But what I would say to every one of you is you have to have both a practical basis for what you do and a theoretical basis for what you do. And so I'm an avid reader. So during COVID, for example, I finally read every page of Black Reconstruction by W.E.B. Du Bois. The seminal book on black education is Education of Blacks in the South by James Anderson, 1867 to 1935. So what I'm telling you all is, it's that that history of our people, that history of me as a person, but all of that is driven by the deepest love that I could ever explain to you for black people, man. It's like, it's this, you can't know what we have gone through and not care. And if you care, you act. You feel what I'm saying? Caring and not acting means nothing. I care for you, but I ain't gonna never do nothing for you. Right? If I care for you, I'm gonna do something. And I'm one of these people, man, I'm one of the most relentless human beings that you will ever meet. Because if I decide I'm going to do something, like right now I'm working on a reading initiative in the city of Milwaukee, because black children in the city of Milwaukee have the lowest reading scores on NAEP of the 18th largest school districts in the United States of America. This is unacceptable. So that's, I mean, it's what drives me. And you know, Mary McLeod, I think I have it as a tagline on my email, Mary McLeod Bethune. It says something like, the drum beats in Africa will not let my soul rest until every, she says, Negro boy, and I say every black boy or girl has reached like their highest potential. And as long as that's not true, I got to fight.
Dr. Fuller. Yeah, I heard a clap coming. I want to ask you another question, but I'm not. I'm gonna leave time for the audience, those that have Dr. Fuller's book. If you have not gotten your book autographed, please, you want the handprint of this 80-young-year-old man's. I did not know how old you were, Dr. Fuller.
Okay, so yeah, can I just leave y'all with something that normally when I speak.
Yes, I know I'm going to give you the chance. I just want to say something to you before, because I was gonna pivot right back to you. I wanted to take a personal point of privilege to say what you are experiencing today, what you see today is a seed of Dr. Fuller and the leadership of Ken Campbell and our president at the time that Bayo transitioned their operations out of the state of Alabama.
Could we have all the Bayo people?
Yes, I was going to ask. Go ahead. Dr. Fuller's already, with all the Bayo people, please stand. Yes. So, and we can literally walk through. So this young lady here, a seed of Bayo, she went through the Bailey Sullivan Leadership Academy. She is now a practicing attorney in the state of Alabama. Bayo seed. LaShondra D. Richmond was the deputy director of the state of Tennessee for Bayo. When Bayo operated, we were in 8 different states: Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, New Jersey, parts of DC, and parts of Ohio at the same time. When he talked about that guerrilla effect, there was a guerrilla effect. So if you go back and look at laws and see how policies were happening across states, this was the grandfather, father, whomever, he and Ken Campbell were planting seeds across the state. Krista Andrews, she served as the state coordinator for the state of Alabama. She connected me to Bayo. I would not have been. I kept saying, no, I'm good, trying to invite people to conferences just like this. No, I'm good. Let me check my schedule. I'll get back with you. Went to my very first symposium in New Orleans. First session, stepped out, called all of my education friends and said, we got to do something. This is not going to work. Mr. Ken Campbell serves as the president of Bayo, and Ken is like Dr. Fuller, has so many things that he's birthed, so many things he's been connected to. We're going to hear from him next. And we've had volunteers that are here that were a part of the Bayo family volunteering. So, we have a young lady, we recognized her last year at Symposium. Sharon Lee was single-handedly the mom that went and stood before the state legislature and testified about why we needed parent choice. Pastor Craig, I talked about him earlier, inviting this cussing young man into the church. Pastor Craig has taken so many, not literal bullets, but bullets for being an advocate around parents having access to high-quality schools. David Thomas in Mobile, Alabama, working with other lobbyists to advocate for funding to take place here in Alabama. And so I'm excited about the next panel that's coming up, because we're going to hear now more about resources. But Dr. Fuller, I want you to know that because of your work, because of the blessing that you sowed into this organization, and Ken, under your leadership, when Bayo closed operations, you all kept me and allowed me to move to Nashville, Tennessee, to work with organizing clergy around the state of education. And when I had a Dr. Fuller moment where I could no longer work for others because I had been exposed to excellence, I took my own 401k, all of my savings, and looked at how many paychecks I had coming next to invest it into Black Alabamians for education. So we are here because this is important. And had it not been for you saying to us, take the social media capital, take the Facebook capital, it matters. Keep the laptop we gave you. Keep the printer we gave you. We're going to invite you into meetings that you probably don't even deserve to be in, but you having a seat at the table. Because one of the things that he has taught us and we need to understand is that if you're not at the table, you on the menu. And I serve as an elected official, and I've been able to serve as the president of that table. And I found out that my black tail was still on the menu. So we have to hold each other accountable and continue to do what we do. But Dr. Fuller, I'm so grateful that you carved out time to come back to this place in Alabama. It means so much. When we determined last year that Selma was it, I texted you immediately and said, we need you. We didn't even know what the commander-in-chief was going to do, but we needed you here. We needed your voice. I'm grateful for you. I'm honored that you're here. And before we give this round of applause, I know you have a closing, and I won't step off the stage because you deserve this stage all by yourself.
So I just want to, first of all, thank every one of you all who are here. And I really do mean that, because you could be somewhere else. And the fact that you are here to talk about how can we improve ourselves as a people, I just want to tell you how much that means. And so I just want to leave you all with this. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. And those of us who profess to favor freedom but deprecate agitation are people who want the crops without plowing up the ground. The rain, the thunder, it all comes. But if there is no struggle, there is no progress. And those of us who profess to favor this freedom but are not willing to fight for it, it means nothing. Because the one thing that I have learned is that this struggle may be a moral one, it may be a physical one, it may be both a moral and a physical one, but it must be a struggle. Because power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. And the limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. So said Frederick Douglass. Thank you very much.
microphone and my purse. I am passing this right on back over to, how about Dr. Fuller?
Let's give Dr. Fuller another round of applause. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, we're about to do a sponsor address. So we're going to have Stephen Bridger from Primer, and we're going to have Trillo Shipman from Ambetter. Please come forward. Stephen. Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody. One time I was at a concert and Destiny's Child performed, and no one remembered who performed after them. And that's why I felt a little bit after Dr. Fuller. So anyway, my name's Stephen Bridgers. I work with a group called Primer. Primer is an organization that helps teachers set up micro schools. And so the phrase we hear a lot is, I love teaching, I hate being a teacher. And so there's things about teaching that teachers don't love anymore. They want to be able to reach children, and so we provide that. And so we set up structures for them to be able to operate schools. So this upcoming year, we'll have schools in Birmingham, Huntsville, Montgomery. We're excited to help teachers grow across the state. We would love to be in Selma. If we found some interest from teachers here and could find a location, we'd love to do that as well. So I don't want to take too much time. I do want to give a shout out to our leader tonight, Nianta. Well, let me say this. There's probably not someone in the country who was both there day one when voucher programs started in the state and is still serving on a school board of education. And I think that's a unique person. It's a unique heart that does that, and we're grateful to have you here. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. That's Trillo Shipman.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Ambetter Health, a health-driven healthcare company payer that's in the marketplace, where we provide health insurance for those based off income-based insurance. We're ecstatic that the educators, or the Black Alabama educators, allowed us to be a part of this. We are ecstatic. We love your mission. The literacy also translates to health. We just want to thank you for having us, and we are very ecstatic about being here, and we're very appreciative that Nianta thought enough to let us be a sponsor. So thank you all, and thank you, Nianta.
Thank you. Everybody, turn your attention as they're getting their book signed. Turn your attention to the screen. We're going to do a next level leadership video.
Hello, my name is Patsy Douglas. I am in cohort 2. Super excited to be a part of this experience. It's been great so far. LaShandra Richmond, she introduced me to Black Alabamians, the cohort, and just really told me how passionate she was about it and how it would benefit me as a development director. So I was like, okay, let me see what it's about. The first meeting was absolutely amazing. I learned so much just about, charter schools, why they exist, why they matter to families here in Birmingham and even across the country.
Next Level Leaders means to me having a Bible place where my voice can be heard and given the opportunity that Nianta and LaShonda gave me to not only perfect my craft, but to be able to take the information and the tools and knowledge that I received from Next Level Leaders to regurgitate that and give it back to my community so that the impact of why I went through this process can be not only heard but also felt within my community.
And I knew I wanted to do something in my community, just to know what. I know schools has been a big talk in Khalil right now. So I want to find a way to kind of be able to assist in that, but I need to educate myself on it first. And so when you came up, you talked about it, I was like, oh, this is a perfect opportunity. To be able to empower my community, I need to educate myself. So I feel like this was what God led me to do, and it has helped a lot.
Honestly, it's really invigorated me. It's really refreshed me in terms of realizing there's so much that can be done in the state of Alabama and even beyond. So as a teacher, there's so much we can do at the micro level, but learning about the different laws, learning about the different history, facts has really gotten me super excited about what I can do next as a teacher and then eventually maybe as a leader.
Next Level Leaders means to me empowerment through information. We learned the history behind so many educational movements and it truly has equipped me with the knowledge to not only apply in my personal life, but to share with our community.
So hopefully, in my future endeavors, I can become a family community organizer. That's something that I've always had a passion for. And being in this cohort, having to be around so many different people, but like-mindedness, has really helped open doors and see what else is out there. Before I came, I used to come to the events they would have. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is this? And during the process, honestly, something that stuck out to me is no matter what the topic is, the cohort that we have, we always end in prayer, uplifting. It's not, it can be heavy some days, but I just feel so much better afterwards.
So I've been able to step into rooms confident, knowing what I'm talking about. I've even grown passionate about charter schools, and hopefully, I can have my kids go to a charter school in the future. But it just allowed me to be confident in who I am and what I do and how I can serve the community now and in the near future. I definitely think it's a great program for those that are looking to see what charter school means, if they're looking to work at a charter school.
Learning so much about the history of education, learning the different nuances. How can I help my child? How can I empower kids in my community? How can I make sure that I'm there for them? And what are the different ways and different avenues that some people may not know about to be able to assist children that's struggling that may look like me? Especially coming from Calera. For when I was there 10 years ago, it was predominantly white. Now it's kind of a bit mixed. So it's a lot of shift, a lot of changes happening in my community. I want to make sure I'm there to be able to assist people that love me throughout this change.
Personally, my daughter has benefited from one of the programs that I was made aware of through Next Level Leaders. So I'm excited to see her begin her journey based on the information I received as a mother through the program. Also, I'm looking forward to attending the National Charter School Conference because I'm excited to see what my path will lead as far as in leading in the educational arena in whatever capacity that looks like in the future.
Turn the microphone. Clearly, we didn't do our scheduling right. Clearly, we did not do our scheduling correct. We should have taken some time and put a little break in here because everybody took a break and went to Dr. Fuller to get your signature. I am not upset about that. So we're gonna we're abbreviating a little bit, which is gonna put pressure on the next panel, but I think we can all work out. So what we're gonna do is continue to give 5 to 7 minutes. What time is it? Let's see. It's 12:48. Okay, so at 12:55, if your book is not signed, we're just gonna ask we'll move him to a space where he can sign your book in a different area, and then we'll continue with the programming because we want to be respectful of everybody's time. Are you all enjoying it? Good, good, good. How about Dr. Fuller? How about Dr. Fuller? And you know what? While we're doing this, I'm gonna have my own personal commercial break up here. I want to thank you all very much for being here. Also, at the end of Symposium, there are QR codes on your tables. And one of the QR codes is the program, if you would like to have it digitally. And then the second QR code is for our surveys. We are a nonprofit organization. Our funders need to know how we are doing, what is the feedback from the community. It is literally gonna take maybe 1 to 2 minutes for you to complete it. Don't do it now, but certainly before we leave, we would like to do that. We also, if you are an educator, you should have been given a red ticket coming into the building, and we announced that we would give a $250 classroom stipend away to an educator to be able to utilize in their classroom this year. And so I think I know that the ticket has either been drawn or the ticket is being drawn right now. So if you are an educator and you were given a ticket coming into the building, if you would listen for the number that I'm going to call out when Mr. James Thornton, our amazing community organizer, brings me the ticket. You see the power of the mic? How you doing, Doc? You can make things happen with the mic. All right. So, they should have done it when they came in the building? You are trying to advocate for, I love advocacy. So, for the educators who have your ticket, if you have number 4533041, I didn't hear any bingos out there. 3041 is the last 4 digits of your ticket. No? No? Miss Mamie, you may be the winner. Also, I'm going to take advantage of this time that we have here. There were several people that was assisting us in making this event a thing here in the city of Selma. We did not just come to Selma and say, oh, we want to be here. So I want to acknowledge those folks who partnered with us in the beginning. We came, we heard your interest in what Selma needed to hear and wanted to hear, and you showed up. So Pastor and Mrs. Grayson, if you can stand or raise your hand, I want to thank you so much for welcoming us into the city. Mrs. Barbara Barge. Miss Barbara's been a celebrity for today. Thank you so much. Miss Khadijah Isaac. I hope I said it correctly. She is also with the office of Senator Rob Stewart, and we had a welcome video from him that we've not played. Y'all, it's been a lot going on, so but we here, but we thank him so much. Also, I don't want to forget, let me move up. Miss Mamie Solomon, Mrs. Mamie and John Solomon of Selma, Alabama. Definitely want to thank them. Miss Mamie is a school board member in Dallas County school system and incredible leader. There they are back there in the back. Thank you all so much. Also, Mr. Byron Evans. Mr. Byron Evans is the son of Selma for sure. His father was the mayor here in Selma for a number of years. He also represents Congresswoman Terry Sewell's office. So we have some amazing people. Miss Tasha Dangerfield. Listen, you got to have boots on the ground. I'm so sick of boots on the ground, but you got to have boots on the ground to be able to get in the, you're with me? To be able to get in the community, to pass out flyers, to make things happen. Miss Cicely Curtis, she is also one of our champions here in the city, running for school board president. She works in the housing authority with the federal programs, and she's been incredibly supportive of us. Laney's Barbecue, another place that we had to shout out. You're pointing, am I missing someone? Yes, Dr. Keisha Smith. Where is she at? She looks different today. There she is. Dr. Smith came in, joined us for the meeting, our initial meeting here. You don't remember me in that lane? Okay, you looking at me like, what you talking about? Because we in the den, so I might call you out on that, right? So, it's important to say thank you to people when they do what they do. We drew another ticket. All right, so if you are an educator and you have a ticket in your hand, I'm going to call out the last 4 digits, 3046. Is that you? Woo, all right, okay, all right. Mr. Thornton is going to come with that. Matter of fact, the guy over there in that turquoise shirt moving really fast. Y'all give this educator a round of applause. $250 as a classroom stipend for you. I'm certain you're going to use it well. Where's my time? Who has time? What time do we have? 12:54. Okay. So if we can begin to take our seats again. Would you all take your seats, please? I know you're trying. Okay, we got 3 people getting a book signing. Is that 4? It's 3? Okay, all right. We're gonna be patient. Now, don't get mad at us when we ask for an extra 5 minutes at the end. Don't be mad at us when we ask for. That's right, Pastor. You already know. Thank you. Okay, let's say we got me. Okay, all right. All right, you know what? Let me do a shout out to the people who came from, so we've been talking about Selma a lot, but you know what? There were some people that got up this morning at about 4:30 and got on the bus from Birmingham, Alabama, to come to Selma, Alabama. So can we have those people stand up? Thank you all so much. That's right. Thank you. That's dedication to education. We have a young lady who is in line, Miss Harriet Rand. You all should know Miss Harriet Rand. Miss Harriet, raise your hand again. That was a quick wave. Listen, Miss Rand came all the way from Huntsville, Alabama to Selma, Alabama to participate in this symposium. But what's really significant about Miss Rand is that she has her own virtual school program whereby twice a year she graduates anywhere from 300 to 400 students who are in virtual school in in Huntsville, Alabama. The students come from all over, but their graduation is held in Huntsville. And you know how people tell you something and you like, yeah, I gotta see it. You know, like how y'all did us for the symposium today. We have been telling you about it, but you decided I gotta come see it for myself. So I went to a graduation this year from Miss Rand's school, and incredible. Every single student had a testimony about why they needed to have an alternative approach to acquiring their high school diploma. Whether that was being the eldest child and being the caregiver of younger siblings, whether that was they became parents themselves and they still desire to acquire a high school diploma. And so she and her son and her team does an incredible job. They're based in Huntsville, but cover the entire state of Alabama. So she has real fruits. And last year, her testimony of her experience at Symposium, we tried to bring partners and vendors to our symposiums. And so last year, Auburn University came as a vendor, and her students that are enrolled in her virtual school, she was able to establish a partnership with Auburn University so that her students could be dually enrolled. So you talking about advocates. We have a lot. That line got longer. That line got longer. Let me just stop it. No. Let's, because the time really does matter. Because I don't want to add, because we're excellence in what we do. So we started on time, and we definitely intend on ending on time, plus 5 minutes now, because you all are going a little bit longer. But everything that we put together deserves rightful respect and honor. So we want to make sure we do that. But as long as you all are patient, we're patient as well. You let another person in line, Mr. Shipman. They cooked. She said they cooked the food. They deserve to get. Okay. I mean, Lord Jesus. Okay. All right. We good. Lovely day. Turn it up. Let's just wait. You know what? Play the electric slide. Let's do the electric slide. Come on up here. Let's do the electric slide, y'all.
You gotta feel
With us. But I still see a lot of people standing. They're okay to stand. They're headed to the stage. But we got a really cool song to bring up the very next moderator. He is the one and only, the awesome and amazing. He's in the building. Only he can make LaShonda scream as loud as she does. Ridiculously so, but we absolutely love him. Dr. Fuller founded Bayo, and I had a chance to sit under his leadership. But I really, really sat under this cool guy right here. So let's bring him up, Mr. Ken Campbell. Hey!
You know what song will have good sense? My girl. Yeah. So how y'all doing? Before I bring the panel up, a couple things I want to say. Howard, already says this, but I don't think we can say it enough. I'm just so incredibly proud of Nianta and the team she's built and the work that they're doing. Folks who didn't get a chance to experience Bayo, this is the feel of Bayo and the look of Bayo. So when you look around this room and you see data up, right, it's a Bayo thing because we need to know the details. We need to know the stats. We need to know how our kids are doing. At Bayo, all of our meetings, we said we'd be surrounded by pictures of black kids so that we know and remember what we're fighting for. In any direction that you look, right, you're going to see the faces of our babies, right? Stuff like that is critically important. And so I'm incredibly proud of you guys and what you continue to do. And then I'm proud of everybody who is in this room today because rooms like this are where change happens. Right? So many people think that you just go and you yell and you do a whole bunch of stuff. But that's not reality. Most of the time, the progress that we've made has started in rooms like this, in conversations and people being here and giving up their Saturdays. So, really appreciate that and think it's great. You go ahead, man. So part of our conversation today that you've had and that we're going to have is about something that I think should be really simple, but in Alabama and places around the country, it's not. And that is that parents, especially low-income and working-class parents, should have the power to choose where and how their kids are educated, right? It seems like it would be really simple. And in Alabama, there's been some great progress, fortunately. You now have charter schools. We're going to talk some about those. They talked about the tax credit scholarship that's been around for more than a decade. You have an ESA program that's out there. All these things create opportunities for our kids, for our educators, for our families. But every one of those things has been created because somebody went through a fight. None of those things have come about because it's easy. And the education establishment has fought tooth and nail every step of the way. And they're not fighting because they believe that public schools are better. Don't get it twisted. They are fighting around money and power. Who has the money and who has the power to control where and how kids are educated? I looked, and Alabama's education budget this year, the Education Trust Fund, is $12.1 billion. $12.1 billion. They are fighting because they like the way the money is already cut up, and they don't want anybody else to have a piece of the pie. That is really what this is all about, because we know there are great public schools, there are horrible public schools. There are great private schools, there are horrible private schools. All of the above, right? It really is about who controls what and who has the say. Now, I had the experience of being on the ground in Alabama during the charter school fight. We were the lead organization here doing this, and it was interesting. I had fun, but it was also a very interesting experience. We debated. We had meetings all across the state of Alabama, Montgomery, Mobile, Birmingham, everywhere. I did the Selma debates, back in the day. And the union fought us every step of the way. If we had a meeting, there were signs yelling, disrupting the meeting. They harassed us every opportunity they got. There were meetings literally where people said, we need to walk y'all to y'all cars because of what people might try to do to y'all, just because we had the audacity to believe that poor parents should have different opportunities and the ability to control some money. And honestly, like, it was a little scary a couple times, but, you know, like, that goes with the territory. And we know it's not about the type of school. I was on the radio with the head of the Alabama Teachers Union in Montgomery back in the day, and he sat right next to me. And of course, like, if we're gonna go into a fight, we're gonna know how to fight before we go in. So I knew his kids went to private school. So I sat on the radio in front of the host and said, well, look, I don't know why he doesn't want our kids to choose. He don't even send his kids to public school. And so then he walked into the next track. We said, well, we make that decision for religious reasons. I was like, I know a whole bunch of poor black people who are as religious as they could be. They love to be able to do the same thing. So they got rid of him, and they got another dude to come and start debating me. But, like, we had to fight this fight. We had to fight this fight. And today, like, you have options now. You have things to work with. And so I'm excited about having this panel to come and talk about some of the opportunities that have been created. Because you got to fight for the opportunity first, and then you got to take advantage of it once you do. And so I'm excited to have this panel come up, and let's talk a little bit about what you guys do. And what you guys should see is starting to come and will be coming in the future here in Alabama. So let's bring our folks up. All right, like I just said, like, there's a whole lot of effort, time, and energy that went into fighting for these opportunities. It was harder than a lot of people thought it would be or that it should be, but it is hard sometimes. But now we have the opportunity to do stuff with it. And so I'd love for each of you, going down, starting here with Asama, to introduce yourself and really quickly tell them what you do, what your program is, and what the opportunities look like for people to take advantage of your particular program.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Asama Navlaki. I'm the CEO of an organization called Build, Excel, Sustain, previously Building Excellent Schools. And we're a national organization that looks for leaders who are looking to vision, dream, found, and lead equitable and excellent schools for underserved populations across communities across the United States. And our job is to find these leaders, or as Dr. Fuller says, the folks who say we want to do something and not just talk about things and not just talk about change, and who then come to our program and go through a fellowship, and we provide them with the support and the strategies and the tools and the leadership development and coaching that they need to be able to see really strong schools across the country, design a really strong model that would work for communities and with communities in their local regions that they're looking to propose, and then support them with getting those schools started, and then provide them with leadership development training beyond that first year. So training them and their teams on how not only to build strong schools, but to make sure that those schools excel and then sustain excellence over time. And I'm really excited to be here because we have 4 leaders who are looking to build schools in Alabama. We have 2 of them actually opening their schools in the next couple of weeks, and we do that in partnership with Tyler at New Schools for Alabama. And so we have a school in Fairfield and a school in Tuscaloosa that are opening in the next 2 weeks that are founded by dreamers who are looking to do something amazing for kids and bring those options that parents should have when they're looking for excellent opportunities for kids. So thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Micro schools.
Micro schools, yeah. So I got to speak twice. So I'm Stephen Bridgers with Primer Micro Schools. And we exist to do a lot of the same things that you'll hear from us up here is help great teachers teach and help great leaders lead. And so ours is on a smaller scale, and so we like to find a few teachers in the community who want to teach in a certain way. Our model is a multi-grade classroom, so we have a K through 2 classroom, a 3 through 5 classroom, in a 6 through 8 classroom, utilizing a lot of technology to deliver our curriculum to our students. Parents have a lot of insight to our academics. They have an app that we've developed that shows progress on a day-to-day basis for their kids. And for us, it's a chance for kids to find unique ways to learn and for teachers to find unique ways to teach. And we are thrilled to be here in Alabama. We started in Florida, and now we will have 3 campuses opening up on Wednesday, which Wednesday is coming very quickly, especially if you're helping move furniture around at those locations. But we're just excited. I mean, I think that, Dr. Fuller said it correctly. My previous job, we dealt with vouchers, which at the end of the day is about parental choice. And so we get to exist in an area where parents have parental choice and teachers have that choice as well.
Hi, my name is Tanya Jones. I'm with Alabama Opportunity Scholarship Fund. Everybody has these little short names or acronyms, BAO, Primer. AOSF is a scholarship granting organization that started in 2013 with the implementation of the Alabama Accountability Act. But AOSF is more than just an SGO. We offer scholarships through the AAA, but we also do other things. We educate parents on their options. We walk them through the whole process to make sure that they have all the information that they need. We will advocate for you for the legislation. We do many other things, not just statewide, but nationally also. So I am here representing AOSF to talk to you about the Alabama Accountability Act and the CHOOSE Act.
I'm Tyler Barnett. I'm the CEO of New Schools for Alabama, so our name is a little bit longer. My email address is the worst. It's tyler@newschoolsforalabama.org. Anyway.
You got to get nsfa.org. We can talk about that later.
I missed that, yeah. So we're the state's charter school support organization. We support the growth of excellent charter schools in Alabama to ensure that every child has access to a quality public education. Is this working? Is this coming through okay? Okay. So we operate on what we call 4 strategic pillars. Kind of boil it down. We do 4 things, basically. One is we help new high-quality charter schools get off the ground in Alabama. We have a fellowship for aspiring school founders. So typically we're taking people who have some experience in leadership in schools and helping them get great new schools off the ground to serve their communities in a year-long fellowship where we pay their salary and we help them write the charter application, navigate the process. We do some of these in partnership with Asima's group at BES because they were doing it before we ever were and they're great at what we do. So in some ways we kind of borrowed their playbook and made it a little more Alabama specific, and there are great ways that we can partner with them too. And then the other area that we work in to grow new schools is we recruit some of the best and brightest charter school groups from out of the state to come here and do what they do best here in Alabama and serve kids. We don't do a whole lot of that because Alabama is unique, but we have done that before. Freedom Prep in Birmingham is an example of a great charter school network that we've recruited to come here. We also do technical assistance, so that's just supporting existing schools. We run a fellowship. We do accounting and bookkeeping and stuff like that to make it easy on folks to run the schools and focus on what matters most. We partner with NEONTA and Black Alabamians for Education to do parent outreach. And then finally, we begrudgingly work in the political arena sometimes to make sure that all that policy stuff that Dr. Fuller was talking about gets passed here in Alabama to support charter schools as best we can.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Brown. I'm a Senior Community Engagement Manager at the United Negro College Fund, and there are several streams or initiatives at UNCF that bring me to here and to Alabama frequently. First, I will go back with the an initiative or the partnership between UNCF and the Bloomberg Philanthropies. I do believe in 2022, our president and CEO, Dr. Michael Lomax, actually spoke at the New Schools for Alabama conference to announce this initiative with Bloomberg. And so that was a multi-year, $10 million commitment for the expansion of charter schools and school choice throughout the South. In addition, I've worked with Nianta with this Parent Symposium for a couple of years now. So parent engagement is one of my sort of core duties at UNCF. And the other initiative that we do have is something which is our HBCU K-12 partnerships. So these are partnerships with our historically Black colleges and universities with our K-12 education. And so this can be anything from a dual enrollment program to a summer bridge program, or to the complete HBCUs founding and starting their own schools. I'm really excited for some of the things that are going on in Alabama, specifically at Stillman College. So I Dream Big Academy is a charter school that is going to be on the campus of Stillman, and they will be opening this year. In addition to our HBCU K-12 partnership work, we also are supporting, or at least highlighting, the role of HBCU alumni in the charter school space. So when we are thinking about schools like the Alabama Aerospace and Aviation School, Reuben Morris, who is the founder of that school, is also a Morehouse graduate. And so there's the intersection of a lot of UNCF initiatives around charters, the HBCU K-12 partnerships, and HBCU alumni as school leaders that bring us here to this work.
Awesome. So I think some really cool stuff. I want to get a sense of what numbers look like. How many students do we have participating in private school choice programs this year? Ms. Johnson? Yes. Between AAA and I know you have the new ESA program, like what are those numbers going to look like?
So with the new Choose Act, we expected anywhere from 10 to 14,000 students to apply and be awarded. Over 30,000 students applied. So the final numbers on how many actually received awards and have received funding is unknown. But with the AAA, I guess it's about anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 in students per year that are awarded through that program.
Excellent. So we got 4,000 or 5,000 through AAA and upwards of 14,000, 20,000 something with ESAs is what we're talking about.
That's correct.
Okay. And some of those students will go with Primer?
Yes, yeah. So our kids will be at Primer. So it's exciting that we'll be able to support kids in 3 locations. Looking forward to a lot more locations in the future.
Excellent. Tyler, how many kids in charter schools this coming year do you expect?
We expect 10,000.
Okay.
So charter school movement, I think Ken or maybe Nianto was saying, started in 2015 in Alabama. The first school didn't actually open until 2017-18. That was Excel Day and Evening Academy down in Mobile. They opened with 275 kids. That was just like 7 years ago. Went from 275 kids in 7 years to 8,234 kids enrolled in charter schools last year in 17 schools. Makes us the fastest growing charter school movement in the country when you look at it on a percentage basis. So really proud of that. A lot more work to do. There are also, and this is maybe less celebratory and more tragic, we know there's 8,200 kids in charter schools across the state. There are also 2,000 families who tried to get into a charter school and there wasn't a spot for them because there just aren't enough seats available in charter schools, even though it's open enrollment. So what that means is demand is outpacing supply, and we're going to continue to grow.
Yeah, outstanding. Asima and Tyler, also, I want to get a sense of how many people do you have going through your programs now? Like, because we create opportunities for kids, we're talking about, but also opportunities for educators and leaders, because they're so important in order to be able to make this happen. Like, somebody has to be on the front line. Talk a little bit about those opportunities and kind of what numbers look like there.
Sure. I can talk about it like nationally and then Alabama specific. So at BES, over the years, so we've been doing this work since 2001 or 2003, depending on whom you ask. We have had 220 fellows go through the fellowship, And currently in schools founded by those fellows, currently there's over 73,000 kids being educated in those schools. We started our partnership with New Schools for Alabama in 2022, I want to say, a few years ago. And we now have 4 leaders who are going to be either opening schools or are at various stages or are looking to propose schools. So I Dream Big that you mentioned was Angela Lang, who will be opening that school next week. That was through the partnership with BES and New Schools. Calandra Sales will be opening Independence Academy in Fairfield also this fall. And then we have another fellow in our cohort this year who's looking to open likely next year. And then we have our first community co-design fellow, which is a longer, normally our fellowships are 1 year. We have a 2-year track where the leader builds a team of community members who co-design the school together. So the school is designed with a group of people from the community in which the school is looking to serve. And so we have about 10 to 12 fellows in our programming every year. And of those, over the past 4 years, 1 or 2 have been Alabama fellows.
Outstanding.
We do 4 fellowships per year.
Easy. Well, I think, so the thing I think that's interesting about that, and I want to bring in the HBCU conversation also, is in the early days of charters, one of the biggest criticisms was that only traditional public school people knew how to start schools, right? And part of what you do with the fellowship programs, with the partnership with Stillman, is kind of make the learning curve less steep for people to show that actually great educators anywhere, right, have the ability to be able to do this. And I'd love for folks in Selma to hear a little bit about what it takes to be able to go through those programs. So, because they're probably out there right now thinking, like I know somebody who should probably be in this. Like, what's the message to them when they think about how you do this?
Is this okay? There we go. I would borrow a word from Dr. Fuller, and that's relentlessness. I mean, for us, it's a grind, and it's not a casual pursuit. This is, you're spending other people's money for a year to try to get a school off the ground, but most importantly, you're making promises to communities and kids that you're going to offer X number of seats to provide something really incredible, and you got to uphold your end of that bargain. And it happens pretty often, especially if you're in situations where people aren't able to provide you the space to make it a full-time commitment, where you're doing like part-time, you're still teaching or leading some other school, and then part-time you're dabbling in starting a charter school. That ain't it. That's not going to work. And so we don't actually allow that, because you got to make this a full-time thing, and you got to be in the community, you got to be writing the app, it's a big deal. So to me, relentlessness, commitment, all the other stuff is coachable.
One thing kind of along those lines, I think that we forget in Alabama is if you're in a rural location, it's hard to do this stuff. It's hard anyway. I think, charters are incredible. I'm so glad for all the work they've done. It's hard enough to start a charter in a city like Birmingham or Montgomery, where you have a population, to then go look at Lowndes County, Wilcox County, Dallas County. It's tough. And so that's one of the reasons I'm excited about Primer and brought Primer here. So I actually worked with Tanya in the, not with her, we were technically against each other, but I love Tanya, so we weren't really against each other. But we were in the tax credit scholarship place. And I liked Primer because Primer's model is different. It's not large scale, it's small scale. We go into a community and we rent space, so we don't have the capital expenditure. And so I was attracted to Primer and got them to come here before I started working with them, because I thought, if something new is ever going to come to a Wilcox County, it's going to have to start on a small scale. And so I think as we look at how do we reach everybody, there is clear discrepancies and inequalities across our state, but we often forget about geographic inequalities, about where resources are and where they can go. And so I'm glad Primer's there, and I think it's really exciting to see. I know the charters space as they go into those communities as well, because it's great to have something, to have educational choice, but if we only have it in 5 or 6 of our 67 counties, that's not equitable for Alabama.
So, and I was going to go to you next anyway, so that's a perfect segue. What kind of reaction are you getting from parents who, you're kind of taking the one-room schoolhouse concept, to a different level, which might be attractive to a lot of people. So what kind of feedback are you getting from parents about micro schools?
Yeah, I think interest is a great word to start, because they're like, well, this is different. And so sometimes parents like the idea of something different because they know where they currently are isn't safe, or they feel where they currently are isn't meeting their kids where they are. And so we are able to say, hey, we are doing something different. Come try it if you like it. And if not, it's all right. And so I think, again, if you're in Birmingham, you have multiple charters, you have multiple private schools, you have a lot of things to choose from. And so you get to communities where you don't have all that choice. It's just like you don't want to live in a city that has one restaurant, because eventually that restaurant doesn't have to try very hard, because they know if you're going out to eat, you're going to the restaurant. And so we need to get more restaurants everywhere. And so I think all of us on this stage have different roles to play in that. And I think what especially our charter friends do so well is prepare our leaders for that. So we've started a fellowship program as well to prepare our leaders the year before they start. But there's a desire for something different. And I think we all have responsibilities, everybody here showing up on a Saturday, to advocate for something for students to have options. And it's exciting, for all the differences and the changes that have happened in Alabama over the last few years politically. This is from purely a school choice perspective. These are our best days, and it's great to be in a place where you feel like you're moving forward.
Outstanding. All right, so the rich history of HBCUs throughout the South and in Alabama in particular. So tell folks a little bit more about the school at Stillman and the work that we're doing with other HBCUs in Alabama. Like, what do you predict? And we won't hold you to it. Like, this is just between us. Like,
Sure. So let's roll back to like 2019. UNCF, Dr. Meredith Anderson released like a groundbreaking research report entitled Imparting Wisdom, HBCU Lessons for K-12 Education. And so they were sort of trying to deconstruct the secret sauce, if you would, of what has made HBCUs successful in educating African American students, and can any of those sort of lessons be transferred to the K-12 space? And the answer is yes. But when we're thinking about things like such as the creating a welcoming and nurturing atmosphere, the intrusive advising, you skip class on a Thursday and your professor is at your dorm room Thursday afternoon, wondering where you are, or literally calling your mom to say, why was your son not in my particular class? And so we have seen more of a recognition in the K-12 space, where we actually are seeing K-12 schools either, being started by HBCU alumni or being modeled after HBCUs. So for example, there's, I think it's called Atlanta Unbound, which is an HBCU themed elementary school, where each of the classrooms is named after a specific HBCU. The students, almost like Hogwarts, will choose which house they would want to belong to. And so they are exposing these students to the concept of historically black colleges and universities much earlier on. My day job, I go to a lot of college fairs, and I'm speaking to seniors and their parents, and sometimes juniors. But more and more, we realize that we're getting requests from middle school and elementary schools, because it's almost too late to be talking to students about where they're selecting to go to college when it's those final 2 years. This should be something that should be ingrained, throughout their entire education. I happen to have grown up in an HBCU household, and I sort of took that for granted. My father taught as faculty at Howard University, and so the idea of going to college, I didn't think there was any other option. I mean, not going to college wasn't even on the table. I mean, that would almost be like the sun not rising in the morning. So we have to do a better job of reaching our students earlier about the college going process, making sure that we are educating and empowering the parents to understand what is going on, and especially when it comes around how one is going to pay for college. Those are the things that we are spending the majority of our time with right about now.
All right. So we said 4,000 kids in AAA, 4,000 or 5,000 kids. So tell me what the typical profile looks like of parent and kid who actually applies for a tax credit scholarship.
I can only speak for Alabama Opportunity Scholarship Fund since there are 7 SGOs in the state. Each SGO operates a little bit differently. Some are just for certain regions, some are just for certain schools, but all schools, in order to participate with any SGO, has to agree to participate and be approved by the Department of Revenue. For our SGO, the average income is $33,000, $34,000. I've got a flyer over there. I can't remember the number off of my head. 83% of our kids are minorities. We purposely award according to the Department of Revenue's guidelines, which is the lowest income first. And before you can even award, you have to determine whether that student was zoned to a priority school, which used to be termed failing school, and those students are awarded first. So you have 2 guidelines you're looking at. And for us, the majority of our applicants are fitting those types of income levels.
Excellent. Okay, so guys, y'all got a chance to hear some about charter schools. You got to hear some about programs that allow kids to easier access private schools. You got to hear about HBCUs. You also got to hear about programs that empower educators and help them be ready to start, these new schools. So it really is about creating opportunity. And I want to ask you guys, because we're a little pressed for time, I see Neonta, she ain't giving me the eye, but if she was looking at me, she'd be giving me the eye. What can folks in rooms like this do to help y'all, right, continue to expand these programs? Because again, like the fight to get them is one thing, but then to sustain them and grow them, right, is something else. So what advice do you have to people here to say, guys, this is the help that we need most?
I can start.
Okay.
I would say 3 things. I'm going to say 3 things. I don't know what they are yet, but we'll make them up as we go along. Yep. One, I think now that you've been in rooms like this and you have awareness of these options, like share that awareness. A lot of times when parents don't know that they have choice, they feel that like I sort of have to just accept what's given to me. And as we all know, we're all educators, like knowledge is power. And so when you have the knowledge, like share that knowledge, commit to yourself that you're going to tell what you learned today to at least 2 people, 5 people, whatever your circle is, right? Like write that down and make that happen. I would say 2, if you know someone who's looking to start a school, right, or has an idea, or is an excellent educator but at a school that is failing, or has ideas to change the system or the ways in which things are working but cannot do that because of the system, again, share this with them. Like get them to talk to folks at New Schools for Alabama or BES or the HBCUs and actually see what's out there and become one of the folks that are doing and not just saying. And then the third thing I will say is even the leaders that we have that are starting schools can't do it on their own. They need to form boards. They need to have parent engagement. They need to have enrollment. They need to have a village around them that helps them get that school started, gets across all of the multiple finish lines, like authorization, like the first day of school, like getting the number of students in that they need to actually make the dollars work. That board members that are going to hold them accountable but also cheer them on, and so that they can grow from the school that serves 20 kids on day 1 to the school that serves 4,000 kids and has multiple campuses and is making that generational impact. So I would say we got it. 3 things. Those are the 3 things that I would say you all can do.
I would say there's 26 things you should do. No. I think one of the things in education and I've been in the private education space serving kids from low-income households for a long time, is recognize there's a lot of options. So for better or for worse, in Alabama, private schools have a much easier time than the work that Tyler has to do from charter schools. And because of that, you have flexibility. If you're a pastor, you have even more flexibility in what you can do. And so I think there's a huge amount of thinking this can be very overwhelming to start a school. And so again, that's where Primer, and you may or may not like what we do at Primer, but I would love to have conversations and see what you may be interested in doing. But from a private perspective with the CHOOSE Act and with AOSF and organizations, it's viable for entrepreneurial teachers to start up schools that you could not have done that in Alabama years ago. And so I think being able to recognize that new opportunities are out there and new partnerships exist. So, I just met Bill today with UNCF, but in Birmingham, when we were looking for our campus, we had things that would happen. Tyler was very helpful to us to try to figure out ways, because we had kids and teachers ready to go. And then I went to Miles College, and I called Chuck Fausch, and I said, could we put a school on your campus? And in 72 hours later, he said, I'm going to give you our old law school building, and we're going to make it work. And so Friday at 11:40, President Knight officially signed the lease, and we're opening up a school on Wednesday. Now, that's not the way you want to do your timing.
That's not ideal.
But we had incredible leaders at Miles who said, hey, we want to do something interesting. And again, it's getting back to how do we model what HBCUs do to serve students. We talked about how cool it is going to be to have kids who aren't coming from college graduate households to show up in a kindergarten class, and their kindergarten class is on a college campus. And so to think there are options that you may not have thought about previously, but again, where we are in education and legislation, things like that, there's a lot more opportunities for entrepreneurial teachers to do really cool things.
I was going to say 3, then I thought maybe 26, but I'm just going to tell you what our need is. For Alabama Opportunity Scholarship Fund to operate as an SGO under the AAA, the Alabama Accountability Act, there's $40 million available in funding to support those scholarships. In order to award those scholarships, we have to find the tax credit dollars and convince those who have the liability to donate those tax dollars to our organization in order to offer those scholarships. If we don't receive those donations, then we can't offer the scholarships. And so if you're a business owner in this area or surrounding area and you're paying quarterly taxes, we need your help. We need to support schools here in this area. We want to do some things like what Stephen's doing, supporting micro schools, and have students have the ability to use their AAA funding or award to attend a school like that. Right now, we're limited. Also, share the message. I have a couple of flyers over there I would love to give out to you for you to share with some friends about the opportunities that are available through the CHOOSE Act also. It's administered by the Department of Revenue and not by an SGO, so it's a little bit different. But for us with the Alabama Accountability Act, we are here about parents. We want to support parents. We think parents make the best decisions on what's best for their child. And we want to help you do that.
Can I just see a show of hands? How many people in here are educators or have been educators at any level? All right, cool. So of y'all, anybody interested in starting a charter school or learning more about it? All right, catch me afterwards. That's one way we can do this. So that's the first way you can help. Second way, I'd say band together. Like if you are unsatisfied with your school or you want something different for your baby, talk to your friends. Talk to people who might think like you, because the best schools, the most successful ones that we're seeing in Alabama are the ones that start from the community. That's the easiest way to get it off the ground, and it's the best way to make it sustainable.
I'm going to keep it really simple, like 2 things. One is we have a table back there with our college readiness resources and our HBCU resource guide. We spent a good bit of money shipping these down here. We do not want to have to ship them back. So if you got friends, cousins, church members, grab a couple of additional copies there. The second thing is in the program is the QR code for the parent toolkit, and that is advocating for more teachers of color in the classrooms. And so what this is ultimately doing is trying to prime the circle of life of more students attending HBCUs, more HBCU graduates going into education, and continuing that pattern there. The other one is get involved. This is the last and final thing. We are at a period of tectonic shifts when it comes to education. Under this current administration, education is now going to be an adversarial process. So we're going to need more information, more resources. You've got to show up. You've got to be engaged. There are a lot of things that were coming on just outside of it. We are now seeing that cell phones are being kicked out of the classroom and AI is being brought in. Well, we've had a 20-year experiment with social media and children that hasn't gone so well. And now we're about to open the door to experimenting with AI in children. So pay attention. There are a lot of issues that are going to be coming up over the next several years that are going to just fundamentally change the way our society functions and the way that education works. I don't know if it's all going to be good or if it's all going to be bad, but don't come out and be like waking up 5 and 10 years and not knowing what's going on, because the changes are happening now and they are happening fast. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, sorry. Before we go, LaShundra, can you stand up for a minute? Sorry to put you on the spot. I just need to embarrass you for a second. So this is Dr. LaShundra Richmond. She is a school leader. I just want to give you some shine for a second. She's a school leader at Legacy Prep, which is one of the charter schools in the state. They also were one of the top 25 most improved schools in the state last year of all public schools. There are 1,500 public schools in this state, top 25 most improved. They get better every single year. So can we give her a round of applause?
All right, folks, I know we're pressed for time, so I want to make sure that we were able to get this in so that you guys understand. Plenty of opportunity, need to partner with you in order to make those things happen. Like Selma, please, if you have educators, community folks who want to have any interest in starting a school, support them, get them into these programs, get them moving. If you love the idea of kind of this multi-age classroom, which is actually a very cool concept, you know who to reach out to. Also, private schools, the opportunities, church schools, religious leaders. If you don't have a school, consider starting one. We have to take advantage of the things that people have fought for, right, in creating these opportunities for families. So I'll let you go and see these people afterwards, but thank you so much for your time and attention. Really appreciate it. And Nianta, I'll bring you up to help close us out.
Yep. Okay. So thank y'all. That panel was great. So much information. Again, take advantage of the resources that we have in the room. So lastly, I'm going to say thank y'all for having me. Really, really enjoyed it. We're going to have a call to action by our program director, and then after that, we're going to have you come back. But before that, before we have the program director come we got a special presentation. But after this special presentation, we're going to have our call to action, and then Neonta is going to close us out. Thank y'all so much for having me today, all right?
LaShondra D. Richmond, how do I really try to quantify what you have meant to Black Alabamians since its inception, not just the organization, but of course, me personally. And so because this is a thank you for your service with our organization, particularly in the realm of our Next Level Leader Fellowship, I want to say thank you. To the people in the back that are listening, or maybe wherever you are listening to this, it's not often that as a leader, when God gives you a purpose, that you are able to find someone who providentially connects with the vision that God has given you. LaShondra has carried my burdens. LaShondra has carried my frustrations. LaShondra has been a thought partner to me. LaShondra is a visionary, and she has had the ability to take all of my interests, my desires, and through her gifts and talents, allow us to birth what we now call next level leaders. Cohort 2 has finished, and one of the things about doing purpose-driven work is, where is your fruit? LaShondra has fruit. And so, friend, from Neonta to you, I just want to say thank you for what you have given to our organization. Thank you for what you have deposited into those individuals that have been connected to our organization. Thank you for the fullness of who you are. We appreciate you, and more than anything, I really thank you for the insight to know how to pass the mantle and when to pass the mantle. And so, friend, thank you. Thank you for giving to Black Alabamians for Education, and thank you for what you've done through Next Level Leaders. I love you.
My name is LaVonda Thomas, and I'm a technology teacher. I met her in, last year of really like the summertime. And when I first met her, I already knew how impactful she was gonna be to my life. I was leaving a previous role of a kindergarten teacher, and the way that she talked to me, the way she inspired me to kind of move past what I was doing was something I never felt before. And forward to me moving up to what we call the sanctuary. Just the life she's spoken to me, the things she did for me, just the leadership qualities she possessed really helped me to move forward and try things I never did before, be open and honest with myself. And she was like a big sister I never had. LaShondra is a trailblazer who has blazed trails for us to skip down. And I say that because her role in advocacy, not only advocacy but empowerment, has truly impacted my life on a professional and personal level. I have not been personally a part of her journey, but seeing the fruit of the labor that she has provided over the years. And as a mother, as an African-American mother, a Black woman, excellence in the role she's played in her daughter's life. As an educational advocate, it truly has inspired me to do the same. So our baby girl will hopefully be attending a boarding school her 9th grade year. And that was truly inspired by LaShondra's example.
Personally, it'll be days where I come to work, or just in general, I see her in general, and I'm either in distress or I'm feeling a certain way, and I know I can go to her about anything. She's always there. I always have the right words to say, and I even start calling her Auntie Ridge, TT Ridge, and I'm like, I'm just school needs. She just always has the right things to say, and always know how to cheer me up when I'm feeling, under the weather.
Chandra has impacted my life just by being transparent, by being a leader, an ethical leader. I know a lot of leaders that have good characteristics as far as, authoritative, loyalty, and leaders beget leaders. So she has impacted my life by showing actually what a leader is supposed to be like. And one of the things that has really impacted me is how ethical she is.
LaShondra has impacted my life in ways that I can't even begin to describe.
She is everything I needed in this season, everything I didn't know I needed in this season. She constantly pours, uplifts, even when she has a lot on her plate. She is all the things. I've witnessed selfless service. I've witnessed her pour, and I've witnessed her steward her role in such a way that I've never seen before. I've seen her give back to people who constantly take. I've seen her show up every day with a smile regardless of the circumstances. I've seen her just be a selfless leader.
She has saved my life in many ways. She has pushed me to keep going and encouraged me even on my lowest days. A positive influence on everybody around her, even with her big personality and energy and just bringing joy back into the educational space.
I just want to say thank you, LaShondra, for being you. Anybody that knows you know what that truly means. It's hard to put into words, but thanks for not allowing me to sit in the background, just kind of coast. You kind of pushed me, encouraged me to be a leader, and I appreciate you for that, kind of pushed me to step into the next role for me. I could be comfortable in the background, but you didn't allow it, so I just want to say thank you for that.
The great LaShondra Richmond. Girl, when I think of you, 3 words come to mind. Actually, a whole lot of other words come to mind too, but 3 words specifically come to mind. And those 3 are inspiration, motivation, and flyation. And yeah, I realize I just made up that last word, but if you know you, you know you, and you know it still simply applies because you are fly on all fronts. LaShondra, I have always been a fan. Maybe a little groupie-ish, maybe a little stalker-ish on social media, but only because I'm always in such awe about the work that you do and the person that you are. You are such a jewel in the treasure chest of every life you've touched, including mine, and I hope you know that. From our Bayo days to now, you've been a fierce advocate for communities of color, always pushing for student success with style, with grit, and that signature sparkle only you possess.
I just want to go to like Lemonade Day. It was like an entrepreneurship kind of expo that she gave for the students. And I was just so amazed at how the students were so into like selling their own thing, pitching their own ideas. I have never seen nothing like it in my life. And I really would love for it to be a whole community thing because I seen what it did for those kids so much that they were still trying to sell things after the expo, still going through school trying to sell things. And I just don't think she understands like the impact that she gave them. Like, I can do something that's not traditional. I can be an entrepreneur. I can do things that I'm excited to do to make money. And the influence that she has on those students, I think will last for a lifetime.
So let's welcome LaShondra, Dr. Richardson.
So before LaShondra gets started with her spiel, for those of you that do not know, this is LaShondra D. Richmond, and everything you heard on that screen is true. And so I was a part of the first cohort with Next Level Leaders, and because of Nianta's vision and Black Alabamians birthed the program through that Next Level Leaders. But my cohort director was LaShondra D. Richmond. And she participated in adding fuel to a fire that was already burning. And I think sometimes in this advocacy work, it can feel lonely. It can feel like you meet everyone else's needs and yours kind of go to the wayside. So I wanted to make sure that we honor her on behalf of Black Alabamians, Next Level Leaders, and say that your work matters. The impact matters. And we don't do it for the flowers, but it's good to give people flowers while they're here and say, keep going, keep working. Because of Dr. Fuller. And if you notice how this has passed down, we have Neonta. Neonta birthed a program where Richmond was able to pour into me, a little girl from Troy, Alabama. The work is happening. The community is here, and we thank you for your sacrifice. And we want to give you your flowers here right now while you are here. We say thank you. The kids say thank you. Thank you for the lives. Thank you for being selfless. We appreciate you.
Thank you all. Woo, thank you all. Thank you to all of you all for being here on today. Thank you to Neonta. Thank you to the team, Next Level Leaders. I am up here to do call to action. And as I was thinking about how to segue into the closeout, I'm a church kid, born and raised. I'm like, this is the time for the offertory period, little testimonial period, and that final charge to parishioners before they give and or before they leave. And so I stand here today, you know, I was really thinking through what could I share that hasn't already been shared. And me and Neonta have talked in the weeks leading to Symposium 2025. And we are all here as products of the vision first of Dr. Howard L. Fuller, who, if you read his book, you'll learn more about Owusu, because that's who I connect with, the Owusu. And there's no way that I could be standing here, that Black Alabamians could be here, if my paths had not crossed with Black Alliance back in the fall of 2013. And Ken, who is not in the room, along with Shree Medlock, came to Memphis, Tennessee, and found me. And I would argue that was probably the single most transformative thing that could ever happen into a young adult, young professional, young educator life, in terms of Black folk looking like you, sounding like you, with the energy that you seemingly possess even then at a younger age, and was like, go be loud, go be great, Black girl, go be free, go be you. And that was all I needed. So thank you to Dr. Fuller for giving permission and letting me know that what was already inside of me was necessary and what was needed. Thank you to Ken. Thank you to Shree, who were our leaders at the time during that era of the Black Alliance for Educational Options. And thank you to my friend. So I stand here, I think one thing that kind of gets left out of this conversation as we talk about reform and choice and partnership and coalition building is also friendship. And so from this, I met Neonta. She was a part of Alabama Bayo. I was a part of Tennessee Bayo. We've never been neighbors. We've never lived in the same city until now. But we just met and didn't even like each other, rightfully so. She salt on pepper. She darkness on light. She cool, calm, all the way turned. And so we really didn't like each other, right? But the work brought us together, and the passion kept us together. And y'all can clap. That's a moment. The work brought us together. The passion kept us together. And we're celebrating, I like to say this, we're celebrating like our 10-year anniversary as friends. That's so cool. But a part of what brought me to this space was not even the work, because the work is exhausting. It was my friend's vision. And I'm old school. You help your friend now. Your friend says she's starting an organization, pull up, call me, girl. And at the time, I was living in San Diego, and I just wanted to be a part of what my friend was doing. It had nothing to do with anything else. I didn't have a dog in the fight in Alabama. I was not a resident. I wasn't even concerned with what was going on in Alabama. I was simply on board to help my friend. My friend was calling me, and I wanted to be, for whatever reason, the assistance that she needed from me at such a time when we were living so far away from each other. And so I lean into these moments to say, first of all, shout out to my friend. Shout out to my homegirl, my highway buddy, my worshiping partner, my accountability partner, who, again, I love her heart. I love her work.
I love her commitment because I'm not as committed as Neonta. I ain't going to Selma like that, not voluntarily. She got me here today. My friend has me here today. And I think as we navigate this work, sometimes you got to be humble and know it's not me. It's not my commitment. I didn't want to keep going. I didn't want to keep pressing, but my friend wanted me to keep pressing. My friend kept encouraging me, and my friend refused to let this vision die. So I'm thankful to her. She prophesied that I would be living in Alabama, and I would tell her, girl, bye. Ain't nobody choosing to come to no Alabama. I live in San Diego. I'm at the beach. I'm on the water. I'm kicking it. You gonna be in Alabama helping the kids, girl. No, nobody want to help no kids in no Alabama. I'm in San Diego at the beach, at the water. Just watch what the Lord do. The Lord ain't spoke that to me, girl. Ain't nobody coming to no Alabama. In 2023, God redirected my steps to Birmingham, Alabama. And I tell her this, and I told her this, I'll never embarrass you, friend. I'll never put your name on the line. I'll never make you regret that you prayed for me and that you prayed with me and you believed that what God had put inside of me was needed for the students right here in Alabama. In 2025, another school year, year 19, I'm still here. I am not in San Diego, y'all. I am in Alabama, not with just my boss, not with my colleague, with my friend. And there's no other place that I would rather be, still rocking it out alongside my friends. So my charge to each of you all, my call to action is very simple. This organization has done a lot. It has transformed, it has imparted, it has transferred, it has opened doors, it has cleared paths, but it has also given me a national network of colleagues, of partners, and friendships that is long lasting. And that, I would argue, in these days and times is priceless. It's irreplaceable. So this organization is so good, it's worth that you tell somebody else about. It's worth bringing someone else along for the ride. It's worth going back to your respective spaces, churches, cities, communities, and talking about the great work that Black Alabamians has done. And then I speak life and prophesy the current good work that will continue on in the years to come in the life, the legacy, and the ministry of Black Alabamians. So what you can do, you can tell a friend to tell a friend. You can go back to your churches and you can schedule time with Neonta for Neonta to come back and have smaller conversations, more intimate and intentional conversations around what's happening across the state of Alabama. And she's so dope, she's so brilliant, she's so cold. She also knows what's going on in your respective corner in this state. So if you want Neonta to come, let her know, sign up, get on what I'm saying we're going to do, a Black Alabamians tour across the state of Alabama where she's coming, she's talking, and she's able to bring additional insight. An hour is not enough for a Dr. Fuller. Don't even play yourself. An hour is not enough for a Ken Campbell. An hour is not enough to talk about the true issues plaguing our cities and our schools. And Tyler shouted out the great work of the school legacy prep that I happily and humbly led. But y'all, that ain't enough because kids still can't read, Dr. Fuller. There's still much terrain to cover. So it is our hope, it is our prayer, it is our desire that you all will stay connected with the work and the mission of Black Alabamians, and you'll do your part to stay engaged so we can truly advance that mission forward. Again, thank you.
Those 5 minutes we asked for, y'all, we about to be out. Listen, I'm just going to say, reiterate what LaShondra said, but not say it all. Just what she said, that's what we mean. So listen, we need the people on the team, the squad, the folks, the volunteers, everybody with turquoise shirt, make your way this way as I'm still talking. Please move expeditiously. Get up out of your seat. Come to the front of the stage. And also the people with the next level leader shirts to come on. Come up here, come up here, come up here, come up here. Because I want to say thank you to them publicly. Everybody's called, not everybody, but my name has been called. And any marks of any good leader is the people that they have with them and the people that is pushing them along. So I look good because they making us look good. The videographer here, I know you're trying to get videography work, but this young man, the photographer, his team, Tommy, our sound guy, and all the lights. Like, it's important to get people who major in their major and minor in their minor, right? So all of these people major in their major. And so I just want to say thank you. A plug about Black Alabamians. If you are not in Birmingham, but you're interested in what we're doing with Black Alabamians across the state, obviously our social media handles, we are on X, we are on YouTube, we are on Fanbase, which is a Black-owned social media platform that everybody Black should have, and it is free. It's just like Instagram. We are also on Instagram. We have launched a podcast that is called The Advocate's Chair. And so we are talking all things advocacy with individuals who are connected to not only education, but then also who are our policymakers and people that are doing things across not only the state, but across the country. I want to say thank you to Selma. Selma, thank you for having us here. Thank you for showing up. I know there were multiple events going on in the city today at the same time, but you all managed to go from one event to another to pull up here, and so I'm so grateful. And the last thing I want to say is, y'all, my daddy came all the way. Y'all, my daddy don't go nowhere. I'm trying to help you understand. Stand up, cat daddy. Stand up. And then my Uncle Harry Charles and my auntie with him. He said, I'm going to take you down there to Selma. So, but the coolest cat ever, Dr. Fuller, he is your protege. He may not say it like you. He said it with a whole bunch of other words, but he said it. So I'm just grateful for my family. The caterer, the catering company. Was the food good? Yeah. Man, listen. Everything really has been awesome. I'm saying the last thing, and I kind of mean this. So this is an annual event, y'all. This is our third annual event, and every single thing we do is intentional. The images of the Black children in here already in career paths is because we want you to see what the potential of our children are. The data is because we need to know the why, right? Remember the video, not the what, but the why behind the what. And then the other thing is we don't get to do this for free. And so if you feel so compelled, I usually don't ask. And I'm just saying, we are a nonprofit organization. This work carries across the state. We've hosted this particular event for 3 years. The first 2 years, as I said, were in Gaston. And this year, obviously, is here in Selma. And the goal is to always have it in our smaller rural communities, because we know our families need this information, but they may not necessarily have access to it. There is another young lady in here that I refuse to neglect to not mention her, Miss Krista Andrews. Krista, stand up. Krista also is a founding member of Black Alabamians for Education. As a matter of fact, it was just Krista and Neonta running around the state, and we had names. That lady with that big afro and that girl, they could never keep up with how my hairstyle was going to be. It started out as a ponytail, then I shaved the sides, and I grew the sides back and all the things. But Krista, thank you for everything that you've given to this organization and to show up today. So, y'all, we're getting ready to dismiss, but I would love, did Pastor Grayson leave? He's coming back. Is he sort of coming every time? You know what? I'm gonna have to question his pastorship. He didn't come here to pray us in, and I was gonna get him to pray us out, and he's not even in here to pray us out. We're gonna have to do something about Pastor Grace. No, I'm just kidding. I don't mean that. I mean that in a joking way, y'all. Don't take that serious. I bet you though, First Lady, you gonna call him. She's gonna call him. To the men of Capoli, the young men of Capoli, thank you so much for being here. All of the panelists, thank you, Mr. Shipman. Thank you so much for co-moderating, facilitating. This is the den, so anything can happen to our sponsors. We could not have brought in buses from Birmingham. We could not have had the type of food. We could not have the appearance that we have, the decorations that we have, the materials that you have. We would not be able to do any of that without the donations and our sponsorship. So UNCF, thank you so much. A little bitty organization like Black Alabamians for Education is partnering with the United Negro College Fund. I grew up to commercials that said a mind is a terrible thing to waste. And we still remember that today. So that is major. To all the little gorillas on the ground who passed out flyers and who did all those things and made sure folks had it, the people that got me in front of the city council to speak to the council and the mayor and everybody else, Mr. Randy Williams and his radio station, thank you so much for having me get up early. Say early, in the morning, bright early, to have a conversation about this event today. Mr. Ken Campbell coming all the way from the boot over to the other southern half of Alabama. Thank you, Dr. Fuller from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Thank you so much for being here. Did Pastor make it back in? No need to belabor. The last thing, and I do mean this, is there is a survey QR code on the table and also in your booklet. It only takes about a minute or two. I know the service in here is not necessarily the best, and so if you scan it and it doesn't populate, please, in your free time over this weekend, complete that survey because your feedback matters. We want to know, where should we take this event next year? Should we stay in Selma? Or should we find another city to be in? But your feedback matters. We also want to know, what information do you want to hear? Because we have a wealth of knowledge, but we could be giving you information that you're not interested in. So your feedback matters to us. Amen. Dr. Richmond, will you just close us out in prayer? Thank you so much.
All hearts and minds clear. All right. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you, God, for the day that you commissioned. Thank you, God, for this day that you destined. God, we count it all joy that we've been able to be in this space on today, oh God. We do not take it casual, God, that you allowed each of us to gather here safely. You allowed us to commune and to fellowship and to learn and to listen, God, together, oh God. God, there's power in this room, and we thank you, oh God, for being the greatest power, oh God. We thank you, God, for your glory, oh God. We thank you for your spirit that has rested and ruled and abided in this place on today. God, as we go down from this place, God, I pray traveling grace and mercy over each and every person, oh God. May they find their homes better than when they left, oh God. God, I pray that every angel remains dispatched around them, oh God, as they go back to their respective cities and communities, God, and even classrooms, because we know schools are in, God. And so we cover every classroom. We cover every city, oh God. We cover every neighborhood in the name of Jesus, oh God. I plead the blood of Jesus now, oh God, that nothing has fallen on deaf ears on today, oh God, that every seed that has been sown on today, oh God, that it has been sown in fertile ground, oh God, in the name of Jesus, oh God. And so the blood of Jesus be with us, oh God. The blood of Jesus go before us, oh God, and every angel will remain encamped around us in and throughout this year, oh God, as we do what it is you called and graced us to do for such a time as this, God. God, we thank you. We lift up every speaker, every presenter, God, our leadership, oh God, and every person, oh God, that gave of their time on today, oh God. God, may you bless them 100-fold for everything that they've poured and sacrificed, oh God, in this hour to make today a success, oh God. God, we thank you, oh God, that the enemy meant it for bad, oh God, but God, we're so grateful. We're so kind that you meant it for our good, oh God. So we live on that good, God. We believe that the promises of you, Lord, are still yes and amen. So we say yes to our children. We say yes to our future. We say yes, oh God, to engagement. We say yes to our birthright of prosperity and abundance, oh God. God, we thank you, oh God, that the blessings of the Lord makes us rich and adds no sorrow, oh God. God, we thank you, God, as we go down from this place. Keep us humbled. God, keep our ear towards heaven, oh God, as you give us our next instructions on how to lead, on how to serve, oh God. And we thank you, oh God, that the entire world, God, is still in your hands. We give you the glory, God, that which you are doing. In the name of Jesus, the Christ, we pray collectively and individually and say amen and amen.
Amen. Y'all be blessed. All Bayo team, Bayo, can we get a photo, Bayo? And everybody on the shirts, please don't leave, James. Please stay here. Let's get up here. Everybody. Takedius. Please, everybody back up here, please.